Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the April 11th, 2023 meeting of the Milton Conservation Commission. Commission members are appointed by the the Select Board, and our charter is to implement the rules and regulations of the State Wetlands Protection Act and the Milton Town Bylaw governing the environmental regulations. As a matter of formality, we invite everyone to speak, but we do ask that you identify yourself because the meeting is being recorded. This is part of the open meeting process. And also as a matter of formality, we introduce ourselves. My name is John Kiernan. Steve, I'm just going to read across what I'm seeing here on the screen. Steve, can you go?
Hi, I'm Steve Ibis, Conservation Agent.
Hans, you're on mute. There you go.
Hans Vanlingen, Commission Member.
Thank you, Hans. Ingrid?
Ingrid Beatty, Commission Member.
Thank you. Tom Palmer?
Tom Palmer, Member.
And Wendy?
Good evening. I'm Wendy Garpo, one of the commissioners.
Oh, great. Thank you very much. We have our quorum. We're ready to go. For the public's benefit, I'm just going to review very quickly the agenda so that those that might be waiting for something that's been continued will be alert right at the beginning of our meeting. And very importantly, number one on the agenda, which is the School Building Committee land proposal. That has been, at the request of the applicants, that has been continued until April 26th, 2023, which is a Wednesday night. It will be by Zoom, and the link will be on the town website. So once again, the SBC, or the School Building Committee land proposal, has been continued until April 26th, 2023, 7:30 p.m. via Zoom. Also on the agenda, numbers 12, 13, and 14 have been continued to next month at the request of the applicants. So with that, we're ready to begin. Numbers 2
John,
and 3. Yes.
Excuse me, one moment, John. I believe number 11 has been continued as well.
Oh, that's right. We didn't.
114 Hillside.
Fair enough. Continued as well. What's the date of the May meeting?
The May meeting is May 9.
I'm sorry, what was that date? What was the date?
9th of May.
Okay.
Fair enough. Thank you. So we then go back to the beginning of the agenda. Now, this could potentially be lengthy, so I do caution people to speak. We invite you to speak, ask questions, but I do ask that you be concise because I think a lot of people would like to be heard. And 2 and 3, I believe, will go together. So number 2 is the notice of intent, 25 Guile Road, or the Lower Guile Field, and I believe that's the town of Milton as applicant via the Department of Parks. Is there anybody from the Park Commission that is here?
Yes, Park Commissioner Ted Carroll is on.
Hey, good evening. Welcome, Ted.
Good evening. Thank you.
Would you like to make a presentation and tell us what you have in store?
Sure. I'll speak very briefly. This is a project that has been on the table for quite some time. We have the funding. The Park Commissioners have voted in support of this project. It's to do a turf field down at the Lower Guile Field. It's very much needed, as you probably are well aware, that the town is a little land deprived when it comes to fields. Very difficult to get fields. The turf field, the big benefit of the turf field is going to give us access, roughly, other than a very cold day in the winter, 12 months a year for field hockey, soccer, football, rugby, lacrosse. I'm probably missing a few, Gaelic football. And the big advantage to a turf field is it will be able to use a grass field, even taken care of. It gives you about 600 hours of playing time a year which would be the equivalent of about one season, one fall season, or maybe just Saturdays. With the turf field, it just really extends that. And this is supported by, the soccer board and the football board, all the, the major athletic teams and boards in town. So something that's been, we've been trying to do for quite some time, and we really would appreciate your support to move this project forward.
All
If
right,
I could also,
I'm going to be technical. I'm not, do you have somebody that can walk us through the technical part of this? Christian, I see
Yeah.
you with your hand raised. Yeah.
can I just mention that I'm another Parks Commissioner, Keith McDermott. I'm also here as well. And not to break up your meeting, but I'd like to speak to support our position as well.
Oh, thank you, Keith.
Is,
Very
is,
good.
is,
But I think we're going to need some of the technical specifications of the field, what it means to drainage, what it means to the environment. And Christian, I think you've got that?
I do. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Well, Mr. Chairman, with your position, I'll take you through, or with your permission, I'll take you through a presentation on the project. We'll go through the engineering, we'll go through the merits.
Oh, excuse me, Christian, you're also with the Park Department?
No, I'm sorry. I should introduce myself. My name is Chris Huntress. I'm a
Excuse me?
landscape architect with Huntress Sports, and
Okay.
we were hired by the town of Milton some time ago to work with them on the design, engineering, permitting of the project that you're going to see tonight. So I'll take you through that presentation. I'm just going to try and share screen if that's okay.
It is. Any difficulty, I think we can get it fixed. But you
Looks
look
like
like you've got it.
Looks like I'm getting in, so.
You got it. Thank you.
Bear with me for a minute. Okay. So if everybody's seeing the right screen, you're seeing Lower Guile Field Athletic Field Improvements, Mass DEP number 0460630. For the Milton Conservation Commission, April 11th. Great. With me this evening presenting the project team includes myself. I'm Chris Huntress with Huntress Associates, landscape architect and planner. Michael Howard is our professional wetland scientist with Epsilon Associates. He's here this evening to talk about their delineation and their findings as well. And John Barrows with Marchand Associates is our civil engineer. He was not able to join us this evening, but I'm sure would be happy to join us at a future date to run through stormwater and calculations as the board or the commission may choose. So I mentioned this presentation is fairly thorough. It's going to take me about 30 minutes to get through. I'll try and move through it at a reasonable pace so that without moving too quickly over the information. But I'm going to take you through our first recommended project goals for existing conditions. We'll look at buffer zone impacts. We'll review the updated plans and details. We'll talk about the products that we intend to use. And then with the chair's permission, I'll hand it back to the commission for discussion and questions. So,
Sure, but just to give you a heads up, and it's probably part of your presentation. We've received a lot of material on this project, and some of the major questions are the chemical components of the field itself, of the artificial turf.
Yep.
And another one is heat generated by the field. So would you be able to identify and address those issues as part of the presentation?
We will. Those are built into the presentation. We anticipated those questions, so they'll be here at the end, but we'll certainly address it.
For anybody who's not speaking, can you please put please mute yourself?
So in working with the Park Commission over the course of the last year, we developed a series of recommended project goals. I'll read through these quickly, but goal number 1, to improve playing conditions and increase the hours of use on Lower Guile Field. Goal number 2, create a new field to include NFHS with Natural Federation of High School Sports. compliant fields for football, soccer, lacrosse, and field hockey. NFHS is the regulatory board that oversees field size, regular. Number 6.
Recording in progress.
Complete the construction project on time and within budget. I'm going to take you through a brief walk around of Lower Guile Field. Again, I'll go through this quickly. Many of you know the facility, but it is located in the kind of the north end of the high school campus. This is an aerial image of the field itself, and Lower Guile Field is on the, or I'm sorry, Lower Guile Road, or Guile Road extension, wraps in along the west side of the field here. North would be straight up in this image, so west would be on this side. The condition of the field is lacking, I would say, from a grass cover and overcompacted. And I would defer to Kevin Chrisham, who I should say is my main contact at the Park and Rec Department. Cannot be here tonight because he's traveling. But I believe that they have closed this field and are not using it anymore. We certainly wouldn't recommend that they play on it in its present condition. I'm sorry, was there a question?
No, I don't believe so. As Hans indicated, if you're not speaking, could you mute your microphone, please?
All right,
Go
I will
ahead.
keep going then unless I hear from the chair, but this is the handicap walkway that comes down into the site. The site is at a lower elevation than the baseball fields above that are on the south side, and an adjacent Little League field on the east side as well. This is the look of Guile Road as it wraps down and into the site now. Storage containers there for athletic equipment at the lower portions of the field. And parking is found down in this area along the west side of the road. It's kind of in this section here, where there's a kind of a gravel, muddy area that that is often parked in and used for vehicles for coaches and the like who are coming down, parents and others. And the paved surface continues past the field and then turns into gravel and continues down towards Pine Tree Brook and a bridge that goes over into the adjacent neighborhood there. Our scope of work included a thorough investigation of the site, including geotechnical investigation of the existing subsoils. We had a full and complete survey done that included wetland flagging completed by Mike Howard's firm Epsilon Associates. And we'll walk you through a little bit about what that means. But this was the basis that we used to start our design work. Includes all the structures, grades, walkways, and everything around the ancillary portions of the field, but also identifies the buffer zones, the 25-foot, the 100-foot, and the 200-foot river front area, and all others that we'll go through in a little more detail. And part of Epsilon's review, they looked at things like Mass DEP wetland maps. They looked at soils, and much of this is a mapped loamy soil. It's orthodense loam is the predominant soil in this area, but it has some sand content to it as well, as we found out through the geotech report. And then we also looked at National Heritage and Endangered Species Program mapping. There is an area that's been mapped that is west of the site. It's not within the project limits, but it is adjacent to it and across the other side of Guile Road in a wetland system that we'll talk about. I'm going to walk you through now kind of how the buffer zones lay on, the different buffer zones they have. This happens to be our landscape plan that was submitted, but it's the easiest one to kind of show as we start to walk through the buffer zones. This slide shows the wetland line here in blue. And there were 4 wetland systems identified. There was Series A that you see here where my cursor is, just on the north side of the field. There was Series B that's associated with the annual high water mark of the Pine Tree Brook. There was Series C over here on the west side of the site. And then there was Series D, a small finger that came over on the east side of the site, just behind the Little League field and establish a buffer zone. So what we've highlighted here is in this shaded area between the blue and the red line is the 25-foot buffer that's delineated by the Milton Wetland Bylaw. We have worked very hard to make sure that all work is outside of that, including grading and any ancillary work as well. And we've actually tried to do improvements immediately adjacent to it. And I'll talk about a little bit.
Chris, can I interrupt you for a second? Whoever's letting, the other parks commissioner is trying to get in, he's in the waiting room. He just texted me, he said he needs to, someone needs to let him in. Sorry for interruption.
Heath, I'm in, it's fine.
Okay, all right, great.
Okay.
Sean, can you take care of that, Sean?
You did.
I think he's in. Welcome once
You
again.
did. Thank you.
So these are the basic wetland lines and the 25-foot and 100-foot buffer. We also located then, you'll see in orange here, right where my cursor is, the 200-foot riverfront area that's associated with the annual high mean of the wetland B series down here. So you can see that does not quite reach the limits of the existing field itself. And then we located the 100-year flood, which is incidental to or coincidental to the 35 contour elevation, which is shown here in the darker blue and kind of wraps around just behind the 200-foot riverfront. So we're outside of the 100-year flood elevation as well. I'm going to take you through a little bit of the project proposal and what the site will look like. This is a rendering of the overall site. My cursor is now going to move along the limits of the proposed athletic field, which would be right along in this area, which mirror and sit within the limits of the existing athletic field. We made a very conscious decision not to cut trees, not to move any further, not only because of the 25-foot buffer, we have a few feet more that we could have gone, but because we really wanted to try and respect the natural site if we could. We did come into the hill a little bit here on this side, created the opportunity for a 4-foot retaining wall along this side of the field, and then some terraced bleacher seating, if you will, or I shouldn't say bleacher seating, some terrace seating that goes into the hill. And I have a cross-section, I'll show through that, but effectively it's a series of retaining walls with grass terraces interwoven between them that kind of step their way up the hill and provide a more natural setting to watch the events from. There is handicapped accessibility by this ramp here to the lowest elevation, and again at the top, right behind the existing building at the top as well. This is an example of some areas we were asked by a number of the neighbors we originally had a grandstand in this location, so they asked us to consider something a little softer, if you will. These are some examples of areas where more naturalized seating has taken place. One is over Milton Academy. Some of you probably know it in the upper right picture here. The other is a project that we worked on at the Brooks School in North Andover, where we did these series of short retaining walls with grass terraces in between. The lower picture is actually very similar to what you could expect to see in this area on the site right here. The other thing we did is we took a hard look at Guile Road extension as it came down in this area. And right now it's an area of pavement that ranges anywhere from 20 to 24 feet, even out to 26 feet in some locations. And people are parking off the edge of it over in this area, as I'd shown in some of the photos off to the west. What we tried to do, and working with the Parks Commission and listening to some of the neighborhood comments, we tried to turn this Lower Guile extension more into a dedicated pedestrian walkway, a bike path, if you will. It could still accommodate emergency vehicles because it will have the old gravel subbase underneath, but we're going to remove the asphalt. We're going to pave it to a much narrower width at 12 feet. We're going to establish a split rail fence along the western edge, all the way down until you hit the 200-foot riverfront area, which is about here, and prohibit any future parking within the limits of the wetland buffer system on the west side, and oversee this with a wetland buffer zone seed mix, so that it really returns that area to a much more natural setting, provides a much more attractive view and access through and to the site as well. The other thing we looked at were fencing opportunities. Right now we show a chain link fence that comes around and encloses the site. The Parks Commission is open to considering other types of fencing along this edge that might be more attractive. This is an example, again, that we completed at Brooks School with more of a post and rail fence with, you can probably see it down in this picture, but there is a a woven fabric, a metal mesh in there that would prohibit lacrosse balls, soccer balls, and others from getting out, but give them more of the aesthetic of the split rail fence. This is, now we've got a series of kind of illustrative renderings of what the site looks like now versus what it can look like with the developed plans. This is an existing condition looking right down Guile Road into that parking that we showed on the west side. This is what an artist rendering of what that area might look like. You can see the pavement's been significantly narrowed. This is the elevated walkway that would look down on the field with the terrace seating. I would be sitting up in the kind of the grass terrace seating, and you can see the split rail fence along the west side, and then this area on the back side that's presently the mud parking area, gravel parking area, would be revegetated with that wetland buffer zone seed mix. This is a bird's eye looking down on the field, pre-condition and then post-condition again, just to show you. This gives you a good example of what we're trying to do over here with regard to the terrace seating, the retaining walls over on this side as well.
And Chris, can I hold you right there? Can you go back to that picture?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Can you, I'm reflecting back in my memory that you did show us where that finger wetland area delineation, and I think it's in the area where your cursor is there. Can you ballpark guesstimate where it is? Is that where your cursor is right now?
Yeah, it ends back in here. The 25-foot buffer does not come within any proximity of the improvements here, but the 100-foot buffer does. So I would say it's probably back about where my cursor is right there. Behind, if you see this chain link fence, that's the dugout there. It flattens out at the bottom of the hill here. It's likely the tip of that wetland is probably right in about there.
All right. Does that wetland connect? Do you know? With do you see where the scoreboard is? The sign
out
back
here
of the baseball field, right there. Yes, because that we had some discussions with the Little League when they put the sign in, and they moved it for us because at one time it was right in the middle of an isolated wetland.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if the wetland that you indicated at the corner where the dugout is goes all the way around the baseball field and connects to where the signpost is?
I don't know personally, but Mike Howard is with us, and I could ask him to be ready to address that at the end of the presentation or now, if that's your pleasure.
No, we can wait for him. Thank you, but that will be one of the questions.
Okay, Mike, make a note of that, and we can talk about that when we're done. So this is again the proposed condition after improvement, showing kind of the narrowing of this lower guile, the improvements to the field itself, and the terrace seating up in this area. This is a set of the plans. I'm happy to go through this in whatever speed you would like, but I'll take you through it reasonably quick. I think you've got a good overview of it now, but these are the notice of intent plans and documents that were recently submitted to the Conservation Commission as part of our notice of intent application. Again, the existing condition survey showing the buffer zones and everything. This is, Mr. Chairman, that finger that you had talked about over in here. We only mapped it as far as we needed to in through here, but you can see for reference that storage container was out here, and here's the backstop. And it comes right up behind the backstop there.
Thank you.
This is what's called a site preparation plan. This shows all the asphalt to be removed. It talks about where erosion control and construction fence will be located. For reference, this dashed line that you see over here is called the limit of work line. We require within the entirety of that limit of work line that both construction fence and erosion control be established. We would obviously have a gated access on the construction fence that will allow emergency vehicles as needed, but would otherwise prohibit access down in this area throughout construction. Construction would take about 3 months on this project, typically about a 12-week process to go from start to finish on construction of one of these fields. This is the layout and materials plan, shows the body of the field itself. It does show the new walkways over here on Guile Road, and then the improvements in the hill as well. You can see the detail for the split rail fence that would be along the west side of the road here, and this plan shows the football and soccer lines. There would be others, but those are the two that are shown here. This is our drainage plan. This plan shows I'm going to see if I can zoom in on this a little bit. This shows the limit of the new field is what's shown in green. It shows how we're tying into the drainage system. Right now, you've got two main drain lines that cross the site, one on the east side, one on the west side. My cursor here, my little hand shows one of the drain lines coming across in this location here. That's a rather large pipe. I'm going to say that's at least an 18-inch pipe. And then on this side, on the west side, you've got a drain line that comes right down along this edge here and is a 12, I believe, a 12-inch pipe. So we've tied half of the field in here with a subsurface drainage system into the pipe on this side, and the other half of the field would tie in over in here. This system, because of the way it drains, this synthetic turf field is a vertical draining system, meaning the water runs down through it, not across it. And the subbase is 12-inch of processed stone underneath or gravel. That can hold about 2/3 of an acre-foot of stormwater. And we put weirs and controls on the stormwater system to make sure that we can hold back the stormwater during the peak event of a storm. It encourages infiltration. We know that we've got reasonably sandy, loamy subbase underneath the field. And we can ensure that we meet the requirements of your wetland bylaw. We did submit a complete stormwater report. John Barrows, as I had said with Marchand Associates, is our civil. He's not here this evening, but I'm sure at a later date, if the board is interested, we could do a more detailed presentation on drainage and design. This is the landscape plan. The only plants that are really being proposed right now are in 3 locations. We've got this wetland buffer zone seed mix over here on the opposite side of the fence, on the left side of the fence, which would be the western end of the field. And that contained about 2,000 square feet of a wetland seed mix, or I'm sorry, a buffer zone seed mix. We've got 4 red maples planned, kind of street trees along the end here in the green space that exists at the end of the field. And then we've got some redhead fountain grass just in this little area right in here. I did receive an email from Mr. Ives that I believe he would like me to reconsider at least the redhead fountain grass, and we're happy to do that. These are some details and cross sections through the field. I'm happy to stay on these as much as people would like, but they're basic details of the grading, drainage, concrete turf anchor, scoreboard. These are field layout sizes that could be accommodated within the field as shown. This detail shows.
Excuse me, can you go back to you? I'm interested in the various different layers. I think it was 2 slides ago that you said you'd go through it in detail if we would like.
I'm happy to.
Yeah, if you could do that, I think that would be very helpful.
Okay. So this is a cross section through details 1 and 2 are cross section through the synthetic turf field. And what you see where my cursor is here, where my glove is, if you will, is the top layer, which is a synthetic turf. Below that, you've got 8 inches of free draining stone, and then you've got a compacted subgrade or natural subgrade underneath that with a erosion control filter fabric that's put over that substrate. Right on top of that substrate is this underdrain 20 feet on center.
What is the hatched area with the horizontal and the vertical hatches? What is that made of?
That's existing, that's native material. It's existing subgrade. That's what's there today.
Okay, I see.
Below, we'd be removing the topsoil and getting down to the substrate that would include a non-organic material, compacting that, and then building this field on top of that.
Okay, I read something about crumb rubber and some sort of something that went underneath, and I wasn't clear on exactly where that layer went relative to the uppermost layer, the synthetic turf layer. Could you explain that part?
So I'd be happy to. So, and we do have a little more detail coming up on that, but this is a good time to address it. The Park Commission voted, one of the first things we did with the Park Commission, we talked about the sustainable aspects of synthetic turf and some aspects of a typical synthetic turf field we don't recommend. One of them would be crumb rubber. So the Park Commission, to their credit, one of the first things they did was voted not to use crumb rubber on this field. So there will be no crumb rubber. The infill that will take you through and look at.
So what's the alternative?
I'm going to walk you through that. So there are organic infill products that are used, and that would sit entirely within this top 2 to 2.5 inches of the carpet. It would not be in or below any of the, it would not be below this layer. It's basically in the synthetic turf carpet system that sits on top. I've got some better slides coming up that show that.
Okay,
and
so
how that
I'll sit tight then.
Okay, we can always come back to it. But looking at that cross section, this comes over to the collector pipes here that then have the weirs and storage that's required to hold that stormwater back and encourage infiltration in the field. Again, happy to go through as much detail as anybody wants. This plan or this sheet shows some of the fencing details and netting systems that would be on either the east or west end of the field to catch soccer balls, lacrosse balls, and the like before they leave. We've got flagpole details, some drainage details.
One quick question about that. So the netting on either end,
Yes.
that would be on both ends of the field. So that wasn't depicted on the renderings that you showed, correct?
No, I don't believe it was.
Okay.
And that would be optional, but we would certainly recommend it.
And is that something that would be in place year round?
It's typically taken down over the winter. It's up for the season when the sports are in play, but no, they don't leave it up year round.
Okay, thank you.
And we use this system on natural grass and synthetic turf. It really, it's there for the sport, not for the surface. This is a cross section through that terrace grandstand that we had talked about, where we start down at field level here. We have a 4-foot retaining wall immediately adjacent to the field, and then a 10-foot level area, about an 11-foot level area here that's handicapped accessible. And we have these series of 4 2-foot retaining walls with a grass terrace in between that allow for viewing. And again, a much more naturalized area with grass terraces. And then the upper terrace here is accessible from the upper side of the field and would provide an elevated view for any spectator, but also for handicapped individuals as well. This plan shows a layout and photometrics for sports lighting. The sports lighting is proposed for this field. There are 4 poles shown in the system. 2 are on the upper portion of the site, more associated with the baseball field up above on the higher plateau, and then 2 are on the lower side immediately adjacent to the field on the north side. Poles are approximately 70 feet in height and would have anywhere from 3 to 5 light fixtures on each one.
And are those compliant with dark sky regulations? I'm just concerned that the neighbors would not have light shining in their windows all night.
If we use, this is a public project, so it has to go out to bid. Musco is the one that we've used to date to help us with planning and detailing. And Musco is dark sky compliant, and we could certainly make that a part of the specification if that's a requirement of the town. So yes, it can be.
Would you be able to have someone from Musco potentially in the future? And since I'm assuming that, for speaking to the civil engineering, have someone speak to the lighting and how that can be managed?
Of course. Yep, be happy to. They've done that with us in the past, and I'm sure they'd be happy to do it with you here. There aren't any other questions. I'll move into the synthetic turf products and what's being proposed. What you see on left and right here are both examples of synthetic turf carpet. The picture on your left is a woven turf without a polyurethane backing. The picture on the right-hand side is a typical synthetic turf that has a polyurethane applied or liquid applied backing material that holds the fiber in place. These are 2 very different systems. The reason that we recommend you eliminate the polyurethane backing is because it makes recycling and end of life very difficult to separate that polyurethane from the polyethylenes that are of the field itself. The woven product on the left-hand side uses a homogeneous material without polyurethane and makes it significantly easier to remove that product at the end of life. It is a little bit more expensive. It does have a higher price tag, but in our opinion, it's worth it. And the best way, as we tell all of our clients, to install a sustainable synthetic turf field is to think about recycling before you build the project. Think about its end of life. Woven turf eliminates that polyurethane backing material and will make your end of life that much easier.
So Christian, what is the polymer that the other kind, the non-polyurethane backing is?
It's entirely polyethylene and polypropylene. And so that those two products can be recycled together and they're woven. The backing is a kind of a warp and weft system, like an old weaving system that's much stronger, but costs a little bit more, but it's polyethylene, polypropylene.
Okay, so the turf, the artificial turf itself is polyethylene, and then the non-polyurethane is polypro and polyethylene?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
But, Chris, can I ask you, I know you said end of life, but when is the end of life? I mean, is this a 10-year product, a 25-year product?
So the warranties on these fields can be either 8 or 10 years. The typical lifespan that we see is anywhere from 10 years to 15 years. We're removing a field over in Brookline right now at Skyline Park. That's 15 years, I believe it was put in 2007. So it's actually 16 years old. Gives a good example of that's, and that, by the way, is the oldest field that we've ever pulled out. And when I say we don't do the actual construction, but we do the design engineering, but we specify it. So yeah, it's about a 10 to 15 year lifespan is what you can expect. And a lot of that comes down to how much use you have with it.
Did you do the design engineering for the?
I'm sorry?
Did you do the design engineering for the upper field, or were you?
I did not, no.
That was a different.
You're talking about the upper field at Milton High School?
Yeah, the baseball field.
Yeah, I did not.
That was recently done.
No, that was somebody else. So there are two manufacturers in the US that produce a woven product. It's reasonably new. It's used a lot more in Europe. Europe is, light years ahead of the US when it comes to a lot of things, and that includes, the production of I think, more sustainable turf. And but there are two manufacturers in the US that make it. It's Greenfields and Act Global. I'll run you through a little example of both of these, but both are woven construction with no polyurethane. Both are manufactured in the US. We've done PFAS testing on the Greenfields product. We have PFAS testing for the Act Global. Both have non-detect under Mass DEP PFAS 6. I'm sure we'll talk about that more later. And Greenfields presently has a recycling facility. You're going to hear some questions about that, I'm sure. But in Baytown, Texas, Greenfields is recycling the first turfs in the US. Starting this summer, Brookline's turf is going to be one of them. And it will go into post-consumer use and have a chain of custody process throughout the entire recycling issue.
Would you be able to get us the cost associated with, since the Brookline project, for getting the material?
I would, yeah, we're just putting it out to bid right now. It's received all its approvals, so I'll have costs for that probably within the next 30 days.
Okay.
At least by the end of May, I would expect to have costs there. But I'd be happy to share that with you.
And it's the recycling costs specifically, so.
Correct. Yep. We can break that out for you.
Thank
you.
Chris, before you go on, I just want to make sure that I understand the language here, because I asked you what does end of life mean. I'm reading your narrative here, and it says that the proposed infill and resilient shock pad products are cradle to cradle certified.
Correct.
What does that mean?
So cradle to cradle certification is a national certification for products that address a whole life cycle. How are they handled? How are they manufactured? How are they used? And how are they processed at the end of life? That they can go back into either the same product or into a, in this case with the organic, the only one of the organic infill products that are in front of you right now is the product on the left, which has the cradle to cradle certification. The others do not have cradle to cradle, but they're organic. These could be reused. Brockville, for instance, could be reused at the end of its life as an organic infill to natural grass soils. So certainly is available, and that has its certification. I can get you more information if you're interested on the cradle to cradle certifications on both the infill and the pad. But this
the certification you're talking about, it's certifying that it will what, be recyclable, 100% recyclable?
Yes, they've proven that their product is recyclable and that it's grown sustainably or manufactured sustainably if it's cradle to cradle. There are different levels of cradle to cradle certification: bronze, silver, gold, and probably platinum or above. So you have to pass a certain threshold to get certified for one or the other.
Understood, thanks.
Okay. So all of these products sustainably grown in the US, 100% recyclable, all of them eliminate crumb rubber. The two that you see on the left, the Brockville and the Safe Shell, have been shown to reduce heat from a typical synthetic turf field by approximately 40 degrees. The Safe Play or Renew Fill that you see over on the right is manufactured with olive pits, and that has been shown to reduce heat by about 20 degrees. I have testing for both Safe Shell and Brockville that they have been tested against Mass DEP PFAS 6 and registered non-detect. And again, Brockville is a cradle to cradle certified, whereas the others are not. All of these are good. All of these have their pros and cons with regard to how abrasive they are or how soft they are. Brockville, I would say, is the softer of these three, and then Safe Shell being made of walnut shells and Renew Fill being made of olive pits are slightly more abrasive. But there are some good examples. I'm about to show you a slide coming up where you can see some of these fields locally and where these products have been installed. So if you wanted to go see them.
Can you elaborate on what you mean by reduces heat by 40 and 20 degrees?
Sure. So a typical synthetic turf field on a hot August day is probably going to register in the range of 140 to 150 degrees, some higher, depending on whether it's got crumb rubber. A lot of that heat comes out of the rubber itself, but some of it comes out of the fiber. When you remove the crumb rubber and you use an organic infill, the organic infills, particularly the two on the left, the Brockville and the Safe Shell, have a certain amount of moisture component to them. They will hold water. The olive pit holds a little bit less because it's a little bit harder. So that's why you see less of a heat reduction there. But the introduction of water or moisture into that field in a typical day is going to reduce the heat. It will still be hotter than a natural grass field if you were to measure, say, down within the fiber itself. Certainly, I won't argue that point. But the readings that you get for ambient air once you're above 18 inches above the field are right back to the same that you would get on a natural grass field. So the field can be warmer, but with organics, there is a certain reduction in that heat that you get from the benefit of using an organic product that's not crumb rubber.
But you said
Again, one of the reasons that we recommend that people move away from crumb rubber.
You did say that you would need to water to further reduce.
I'm sorry?
You'd want to water to the field.
No, you don't need to water these fields in New England. If you were in the Southwest, you may want to water a field made with these because it's so hot. But in the Northeast, you don't need to water these three products. There is a coconut cork product that does come along with a recommendation for watering system because the cork is so light that it just moves pretty well, and particularly when it dries out. But these three systems work well in New England, even with just enough moisture that you get overnight and a dew point that holds some water in that field in the morning. It will keep that field cooler and you don't need to water. And again, we can put you on many sites around the area that have used particularly Safe Shell and Brockville. You can talk to those owners and certainly see what their experience has been with the product. And
the 8 to 10 year warranty life.
So 8 to 10 years is on the turf carpet, right? So this is these are different manufacturers than the turf. Turf is made by Greenfields or At Global or others if you choose them. These are made by Brockville is made by Brock USA, Safe Shell is made by US Green Tech, and Renew Fill is made by a company called Safe Play. All these products come with warranties that are significantly longer. I'm going to say they're in the 15-year range. And we're about to talk about shock pads in a moment that have a 25-year warranty on them. So they each have their own cycle, if you will, from warranty. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Chris,
Hans.
I've got a,
Did I answer your question?
Yeah, no, that helps. Absolutely.
Chris, I've got a question. I just want to put in context what you mentioned about the fields could get up to 140 to 150 degrees. Is there a standard ratio between ambient temperature and a grass field?
I don't know.
I mean,
of a
let's say it's
stand-
90 degrees out, and it may depend upon if it's direct sunlight or not, but if it's 90 degrees outside, what would you expect a grass field to be?
Oh, that's a good question. So I would expect a grass field to be slightly hotter than the 90-degree day. Not much. If it's 90 degrees and you're in full sun and it's the middle of the day in August, your field's going to measure 92 to 96 degrees, somewhere in that range. It's not going to be cooler, but it won't be significantly hotter than ambient air. So again, the synthetic turf fields can get up to 140, 150, or even hotter, depending on where they are and what you use to build them. But we do see about a 40-degree reduction when you do this. So this would put in comparison, if you did a synthetic turf field with this with these products, I'd expect to see the heat readings off of these, if they're appropriately built, in the range of 110, 115, 120, somewhere in that range. And we can get you this. There's been a lot of testing on this, and if you want to see the data, I'm more than happy to submit testing reports. UPenn has done some good ones, and there are several other independent third-party organizations out there that have looked at heat with these products, and I'm happy to share those with you.
Yeah, I'd love to see the UPenn report, if you can send that along.
I will do that.
And so in terms of the young players, as they're, if, say someone's using the field in the middle of August, I grew up playing soccer. I've played on turf fields and I played on some that the earlier ones that get very hot. And those are probably more related to the crumb rubber, to the point where I thought my cleats were melting. Not fully recognizing this is not the same thing. That was a much older, but in terms of safety for people using the field, are there action levels, or are there recommendations for above a certain temperature when this might be more for, I guess, Parks and Rec, but are there circumstances, given that it is a higher temperature than a typical grass field, like how is that managed appropriately?
So that's an excellent question, Hans, and it relates to other things beyond the field itself. It can be too hot in an August day to be out there regardless. So we recommend that all your coaches and all your staff be trained in heat stress and heat-related issues, and that water be available immediately adjacent to the field, so that there can be hydration, and that you consider closing fields. The degree at which you would close a field is really up to your Board of Health and your athletic director. They may have policies in place already. Milton has 2 synthetic turf fields already, so they may. I don't want to throw a number out there because I may not be consistent with what they are practicing right now. So I would defer to your athletic director at the high school. There aren't any other. I can always come back to infill, but I'll keep going in the sake of everybody's time.
Well, do you know if there are recommendations? I mean, you're talking about the different secondary school athletic associations. Do they have recommendations as to when to close the field?
I don't believe they do. No, I believe it's case by case basis, and it's left up to the athletic directors and the local Board of Health if they're so inclined to get involved. Most schools have a heat policy when it comes to outdoor recreation, outdoor use. Not necessarily always related to turf, but just present conditions into when they would close fields based on heat. So I can certainly check with your athletic director and get back to you and let you know, but I'm not aware of one right now.
Thank you.
So in speaking about the components that go into a field, we've talked about the turf, we've talked about the infill. These are resilient shock pads that go under the field. Once you remove the only redeeming quality of crumb rubber is the fact that it has rebound, and rebound provides some measure of safety or protection, not significant, but some. And when you move away from rubber as an infill and use an organic, you have to put a shock pad underneath, or for the safety of the athletes. But the shock pad also does more things. It extends the overall life of the field. These shock pads all have a 25-year warranty. They go under the turf and on top of the stone base. They're free draining. You can drain these at 20 inches an hour. They're going to drain faster than actually your turf would drain on top of it. So it's not going to limit or prohibit drainage in any way. But it really makes the field much more uniform from a playability standpoint. It's better in years 6, 7, 8 on impact, what's called GMAX or HIC testing, which measures the severity of an impact of a human head on the field itself. And it also helps with the other playability aspects of a field that would include things like rotational resistance and rebound and other things that affect ball play. And it makes the field much more uniform over the life of its system. And again, all of these pads have a 25-year warranty. So when your turf is due to be replaced in, say, years 10 through 15, this pad would stay in place and only the carpet would be removed. The infill would be removed. The carpet would be removed. The infill could be reused if you're so inclined. And then a new carpet is put in place. But this pad stays in place for at least 2 systems and likely a third. And that helps minimize your construction costs later on because you're not actually getting down and working in the stone base itself. You've got this pad on top of it that will protect that stone base and stay in place. So those are the reasons that we recommend that you use a pad. The 3 systems that you see here, I'm going to start over on the left: Brock USA Power Base, expanded polypropylene, 25-year warranty, 100% recyclable. We do have Mass DEP PFAS 6 testing as non-detect, and this is cradle to cradle certified at the bronze level. The product in the middle, Schmidt's Foam or ProPlay, is a cross-linked polyethylene, 25-year warranty, 100% recyclable at the end of life. And we also have Mass DEP PFAS 6 testing on this product as well. Thermagreen is a competitor to Schmidt's Foam and is very, very similar, kind of made the same way. We don't have Mass DEP specific testing on this, but we do have California Prop 65 testing on this product, which is a little more stringent, significantly more stringent than what Massachusetts has in place presently.
So Christian, 2 questions.
Yes.
Sorry, John, were you going to ask a question?
No, Ingrid, go ahead, please.
Okay, so 2 questions. So we've got 1 polypro and 2 polyethylene. With regard to the type of polymer, what's the difference? What are the pros and cons? And secondly, I understand what a cross-linked polymer is. I don't know what the definition of a quote unquote expanded polymer is, and what's the difference in not only, essentially the chemical structure of it, but how it performs. And I'll let you just answer both those questions in turn.
Sure. Ingrid, that's a pretty detailed question. I'm a landscape architect, not a research scientist. So I'm going to defer and offer that I can bring in a number of individuals, but one of the people I can bring in is Tom Murphy with Brock USA, who is the PhD scientist who is the head of their production facility and does most of their testing, who could explain in much better degree than I could the properties of polypropylene and cross-linked polyethylene for that matter, and why they use it and why, what the expanded parts of it mean. But I'd be happy to do that, but I'm not going to do justice to being able to answer those questions.
Okay, yeah, no problem. And maybe that's a good idea going forward. If maybe you could send me something written or send us something, brief, couple paragraphs in advance of bringing in another person, that would be super helpful.
Sure, and I'd be happy to put you in touch with them offline as well, if you'd like to just have a conversation.
Yeah, no, that'd be great.
And certainly he's worked with us in the past when communities have asked for additional information and joined us via Zoom. So I'm sure he could make a future meeting if we could work around his schedule.
Great, appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem. Any other questions
Great,
on the
Chris,
pads? Yes, sir.
Yes, do you have a recommendation? I mean, we're looking at 3 different products. with some very limited specs here.
I
But
do.
you have a recommendation, putting
I-
cost aside and then put cost back into it.
I do, and my little green check is probably giving me away here, but that's my little green check, not Brock's. We recommend the Brock product mostly because it's easiest for them to control their manufacturing stream, their cycle of products that come in. And that's why they're cradle to cradle certified. The other two products, the Schmitz foam and the Thermogreen, are cross-linked polyethylene. Both of those products are taking scrap cross-linked foams, if you will, closed cell foams, and from the auto industry or others who are, this is a byproduct, so they're recyclers, they're taking this product in and finding another life for it. But that means they don't always control the influx of cross-linked polyethylene that comes into their facilities. So each pad will look a little bit different because it's got a little bit different scrap in it from those products. So for that reason, and they've both been tested, I think they're both, I'm comfortable with using them. We've used the ProPlay, the Schmidt foam ProPlay on quite a few projects, and I'm comfortable with it, but I am most comfortable with the Power Base and the Brock for the reason that they control their material to a much greater degree than any others. I hope that answers your question.
It does in part, and then the next point is put cost back into it. What role does cost play?
Power Base is more expensive than ProPlay and Thermogreen. So you pay a little bit more for it, but it has a benefit to it as well.
All right, I know one of the questions is going to come up at some point as to if you were to use a grass field. I know that it has pretty high maintenance costs, and you showed us the pictures of its current state. So I understand that. But at some point, somebody's going to ask from an alternatives analysis perspective, what's best? Where do we get our return on investment here in terms of town commitment? What's the cost of this project versus what's the cost of restoring and then maintaining a grass field?
Sure, we'd be happy to address that if that's something the commission wants to ask. Yeah, I'm not ready to do that tonight. I mean, I certainly know the basic information, but I don't have slides prepared to speak to that this evening. So I'll get back to that at a later date.
Okay, all right. But just so you know, what we're looking for is if there is an alternatives analysis to be performed as to, what other options does the town have? It has a cost component to it. Safety is number one, of course, but cost is a realistic component. So I'm just trying to figure out, does this reduce maintenance costs in the next 10 to plus years? If the life expectancy is, 10 to 15 years, there are maintenance costs for these particular products that you can predict.
There's very little to no maintenance costs on the pad because it's sealed. You never see the pad again once you put it in place. The infill and the turf have a maintenance cost. The annual cost of grooming, top dressing, testing for compaction is in the range of $7,500 a year. And you've eliminated, mowing and fertilizing and maintaining that you would have on a grass field. A typical grass field maintenance would tend to run in the range of $20,000 to $25,000, depending on how much you're maintaining that field, how much use it has, and what level of play your expectation is set at. I can tell you just by looking at the field, you're not spending near that amount of money on it right now, although there have been some improvements over the course of the last 10 years where they've gone out and slice seeded and aerated and resodded, and Parks Department has spent some money on that field over time. And we could probably give you a little of that historic data as well.
Thanks.
No problem. This slide shows a summary of some of the fields, and if I haven't, I think this is in the NOI. If it's not, then I'm happy to submit it separately. But this is just a review of where some of these products have been used locally. You'll see, starting kind of in this center area here, Greenfields Iron Turf used at Boston University, Nickerson Stadium, Taunton High School, Knowlton, Tower School, and Marblehead. Tower School and Marblehead, we did that one was installed in 2019. It also used the Brock shock pad and the Brock fill, which several of these projects did that. Even at the Knowlton Stadium up in Winchester, which was put in 2022, we did that one as well. Use those products. Coming kind of down the list, you've got, let me see where the safe shell has been used. Safe shell has been used at the Wheeler School in Seekonk and for the city of Portsmouth up in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and the variety. So we can certainly find more examples, but these are a good cross section of what's out there. Should you want to go walk on some of these fields? We always recommend to our clients they go walk on some of these fields before they make the investment to build a synthetic turf field. You've got some synthetic turf on your campus, but it's not really comparable to what we're talking about here. This is a different kind of system that we're looking at. So again, just really to help you get out and go see some of these in the field if you'd like to. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the testing that we've done. There's been a lot of discussion, and I'm trying to finish so that I can give time to the group behind us with regard to the environmental sensitivity of some of these products. This is a report done by Tetra Tech in February of 2021 as we were working on a project in Martha's Vineyard. And it was prepared by, again, by Tetra Tech, and then Horsley Witten Group did a peer review of this. And what they did was a collection of, I'm sorry, let me get back. They tested the three products that we just talked about. They tested the Greenfields Iron Turf, the Brock Fill, and the Brock Pad for not just PFAS, but also for heavy metals, leachates, and other environmental issues to understand if there's an impact to human health, if there's an impact to groundwater, or an impact to the environment. And it was a very extensive study. This was a $40,000 effort. It was taken on by the Martha's Vineyard Commission. My client at the time, the Martha's Vineyard Regional High School, did not pick Tetra Tech. They had no say into the testing that Tetra Tech was going to do. We just made sure that they got the products directly from the manufacturers, and then they worked as a true third-party independent testing agency for the Martha's Vineyard Commission to review the very products that we're talking about here. So what did they find? Some of the basic summaries, and I did send this whole report, by the way, over to Kathy this afternoon. So she's got it, Kathy. It was one of the PDFs that we sent over in the middle of the afternoon when we sent this presentation. I attached the report to it as well. So you've got that. But what did they have?
Chris, can I hold you? Is that, I'm looking at your narrative, and you said third-party independent test results are available upon request. Is that one of them?
Yes.
The Tetra Tech report?
Yes, it is.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. So Tetra Tech's findings, page 15, based on their review and current regulatory standards for PFAS in Massachusetts, there are no significant risks associated with discharge of PFAS from the synthetic turf field into groundwater. They go on to say on page 13, no significant risks associated with direct contact, incidental ingestion, and or inhalation of Brock fill, and no significant risks associated with direct contact, incidental ingestion, and or inhalation of the Greenfield turf. Horsley Witten Group, who did the peer review of Tetra Tech's work, wrote on their report, page 5, we agree that the risk to human health through direct contact exposure with the field components is de minimis. And again, on page 6, from a toxicology perspective, the field is safe to play on. Let me see if I've got any more here. Before I get off of that. This is the benefit of what you're able to do by looking at this, and certainly you can call the scientists at Tetra Tech, have those conversations. You've got the benefit of $40,000 of third-party independent testing and science on these very products, and they looked at it over a course of about an 18-month process with the Martha's Vineyard Commission, and came to these final conclusions. And the commission eventually approved the project as a development of regional impact, I believe. This slide shows some testing that we did on your existing topsoil within Lower Guile Field. We compared the products that we just talked about. So you'll see up here on the left-hand side, you've got the Brock USA Pine Infill, the Brock USA Shock Pad, and then the Greenfield Synthetic Turf, which is that woven product. They were all compared under the Mass DEP regulated 6 PFAS, and they were all non-detect. Now, non-detect doesn't mean there's no trace there or that it's not present. Non-detect means that it didn't hit the estimated detection limit for the equipment being used. We also tested under a similar process the topsoil. So we took 4 topsoil samples. We engaged a company called EST Testing out of Natick, who went in and did sample testing working with Alpha Labs and made very sure that there was not cross-contamination. They used stainless steel shovels and anodized water and other collection methods to really minimize any cross-contamination. What they found were that there were detection limits of PFAS within your existing topsoil, to the extent of 800 parts per trillion for PFOS in certain samples, and you can see the others that range anywhere from say 100 parts per trillion up to the 800. This included not all 6 PFAS were hit. I believe there were 5. The most of any of the samples hit 5. The sample 1 hit 3, but they were present and they were significant. I would say that, and I would just caution anybody, this doesn't mean that your fields are unsafe. It doesn't mean that Lower Guile is unsafe or that the topsoil is unsafe. These limits are well below mass DEP thresholds for PFAS found in soil, and which would be about 300 parts per billion, and you're not there. So these are still very low, but topsoil clearly has significantly more of these products than the synthetic turf. And that's true with things like lead and other natural heavy metals, if you will, that are found in the environment as they would be found anywhere.
Who did this sampling?
EST Testing, they're out of Natick, I believe. I'd have to look. They did this in September of 2022, and they brought the samples directly to Alpha Labs in Westboro, who did the testing. Alpha Labs was the same lab that did the testing for the Tetra Tech study done by the MVC, and they used a similar process.
Can you help me out to distinguish the colors there, Chris? Can you go back one?
Yep.
But what are the different colored lines for?
So the orange one that you see on the top here, there's a key right down the bottom. I'm going to do my best to read some of these. Again, I'm a landscape architect, not a scientist. So the orange one that you see in the top is PFOS. The next one down, which is this kind of teal color, is PFOA. The purple one that you see here is PFDA. The green one is PFNA. There was also tested for PFHXS. That was not found in any of these samples. And then the last one, which was found on 3 out of the 4, is PFHPA. So all 6 PFAS chemicals that are regulated by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, DEP, and those were the levels at which they were found.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. And with that, I've come to the end of my presentation. I know I've taken more than the time that I originally said I would, so I'm going to stop share and turn the presentation back over to the chair. Maybe before I do, I might just ask Mike Howard, our wetland scientist. Mike, if you're available to join us, was there anything I missed or anything you'd like to touch upon with regard to the regulation or the wetland mapping or anything else that you'd like to talk about?
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Just for the record, Mike Howard from Epsilon Associates. No, Chris, nothing further to add other than a response to the chair's question regarding the wetland on the site and whether or not it connected out back. Mr. Chair, while Chris was talking, I did review the wetland delineation report that was included in the notice of intent. And I believe the wetland you're talking about is flag series D. We did characterize that as a BVW that's hydrologically connected to a wet meadow and a shrub swamp northeast of the study area behind the baseball field. So it does wrap around if that's the wetland that you were specifically talking about.
I believe it is. Thanks,
It,
Mike.
it was. Thank you, Mike.
You're very welcome.
I do have a question for Mr. Howard, and before I move on to anything, I do have to disclose that I have worked with Mike in the past. So, but there's no direct connection to this project. Just making sure I fully disclose that. Mr. Howard, one thing that wasn't mentioned was relative to BLSF. Can you run us through the bordering land subject to flooding and how that aligns with the FEMA mapping? I know that the current FEMA maps show an area that overlaps the field, but that's not the same line that's on the that's defined under the Wetlands Protection Act.
Right, good question, Hans. The FEMA panel shows the polygon is associated with the 100-year floodplain, which, as the commission is aware, is regulated as bordering land subject to flooding under the State Wetlands Protection Act and your wetlands bylaw. Here, FEMA has actually identified what they call a base flood elevation. They know the elevation of that 100-year storm event. And Chris, forgive me, I don't remember what the contour was. Was it 17?
35.
Thank you, 35. So where that 35 contour is, where it's associated with the river on site, is the extent of bordering land subject to flooding. Chris showed that contour on the permit drawings. And just round out the discussion, no work is proposed below that contour or in that resource area. Does that answer your question, Hans, or clarify?
Yeah, I mean, can you speak to the difference between, and I don't know if you have the FEMA mapping, but there is an additional area that's I believe is zone X. Why wouldn't that require flood storage for this project?
Sure, and if it's helpful, the Zone X are the areas beyond the 100-year floodplain. So the commission regulates up to that storm event. Areas beyond the 100-year floodplain, including up to and beyond the 500-year floodplain, are not regulated areas. If you were to if you were to review the FEMA firm panel, you'd see that delineation on that map set. So again, we're not in the area that's regulated under the Wetlands Protection Act or the Milton Wetlands bylaw. It's outside of that zone.
Thank you.
Because we have that base flood elevation determined by FEMA. That's what makes the delineation very clear on this project site. We don't always have that luxury, Hans, as you know. Sometimes it's just a zone A with no base flood elevation determined. Here, FEMA's determined that elevation for us, which we then use to delineate the limits of that resource area.
Thank you. I do have a few more questions, actually not for Mr. Howard, but for Mr. Huntress. Unless any other commissioners have questions relative to resource areas that they want to.
No, Hans, I've just got a very quick question. And Hans, some of the images and data that you showed are also in your notice of intent in the paperwork you sent us, but it doesn't seem like all of them were. I'm wondering if you could send us a copy of your slide presentation.
Yeah, we've already forwarded that off to Kathy, and based on a comment I got from Steve Ives by email this afternoon, I'm going to reprint the drawings, the set of plans with these associated buffer zones more clearly delineated. Steve was asking for I think an easier to read set where some of the buffer zones are more highlighted. So we prepared, for instance, this image for you tonight, but I'll reprint the drawings and get those to Kathy.
Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt you, Hans.
No, that's fine. So I think the biggest questions I have are relative to logistics. So in the beginning of the presentation, there were some statements made about the anticipated use of this sort of field, the pushing the almost year-round use. And in addition to that, as we can tell by as you spoke to, that there is a Little League field immediately adjacent to this. There is a shortage of parking in general at the high school relative to the number of users. I actually had to drive through there today, and people were parked on the street, all along Guile Road. Vehicles were parked through that entire area, not just limited to that small parking area, but they were parking beyond that, all the way out to that bridge you alluded to earlier. And that's based on current uses. I believe there was a Little League game going on, possibly another practice going on at the adjacent field. There was also a high school, I believe, lacrosse game going on. how many users are we potentially adding here for this field, and where are they going to park?
I don't want to speak for the Park and Rec Department, but this field's being built for the current users now. You've had to say no to many users who have used this facility in the past. So I don't believe it's adding, in particular, the number of users who come in, but it will add to the hours. You'll be able to use this field more often. The issue of parking is a decision that the Park and Rec Commission made early on to minimize parking. And I think, quite frankly, it's a good one down here, given the proximity of that gravel parking area to the wetland system and the buffer zone, and particularly the natural heritage area associated to the west. I think limiting parking down here is the right thing to do.
And I do agree with that. I'm thinking of the larger picture here, not just, and I understand that sort of proposal will be likely outside of the scope of the commission. I'm bringing that in addition to that, having that Little League field adjacent, how would people be able to view games there? So you pointed to the net that is at the ends of the field. Is it assumed that the landing there at near the wetland B?
Right in here.
Yeah, that would be where parents would be able to watch the Little League games going on there.
Really the footprint of this field is no different than the footprint of the existing field. So, however they watch now, you can see the outfield fence runs along this edge here. There's area, all the way down this left field foul line to watch. There is this expanded viewing area kind of here right at the corner of the field where we gave a little bit more room to look down on the baseball field itself. And the access to get down to the baseball field would be much in the way it is today, where you would come up this handicap ramp here, tie into the existing handicap ramp here, and come right back to the upper field and over into the high school parking this way.
What's the elevation along that edge relative to the existing? What's the proposed elevation of the
from here down?
No, between the turf field and the baseball field. So what are?
It's the existing elevation which the baseball field does sit slightly lower. I would say it's probably 2 or 3 feet in drop down between the limits of the back end of this field and the existing baseball field, but the condition, hasn't changed much at all from what's proposed to what's existing.
So you're anticipating matching the existing grade along that backside?
Yeah, I think we're a little bit higher down in this corner here because the field's not level, and we pitched it at 1.5% across this field. So we're slightly higher down in here, but at grade throughout much of what you see here.
So logistically, how would the Parks and Rec Department, or I guess Consolidated Facilities, be able to access that Little League field for maintenance, the ongoing maintenance?
Sure, they would come right through a gate on this end and right out. We show a gate here. I'd probably have to slide this gate down to about here to where it would meet at grade, but then they'd be able to come out and into this field. So they would have to cross the synthetic turf field to get into the baseball field, much the way they cross the existing football field now to gain access the same way.
Okay. And in terms of that access road, and so first of all, the access road, would that be gated, or would vehicles still be allowed to drive down there?
Are you talking about over here?
Yes.
So this is Guile Road. We're recommending a gate, but it would really be up to your fire department and your school department as to whether they'd like to see a gate up there or not.
Safety requirements. Have they provided any input on whether?
The fire department was with us while we submitted, while we ran a neighborhood meeting, and I've talked to the fire department officials, and they were comfortable with the plan as shown, because we're leaving, again, the gravel base that's there for the existing roadway is much wider, and that will remain. We'll be paving a 12-foot path through the middle, but then leaving, we'll be loam and seeding the edges, but the sub base for the old roadway will be under there that would support the weight of a emergency vehicle should one have to come down, and there's the same hammerhead that you have now will be down here later for them to get out.
And so one last question, you show stormwater management for the athletic field itself. How will stormwater be managed for the Guile Road and then also the area of the stands and the walkways?
So the stands and walkways all pitch forward to the field, and that drainage gets picked up in the drainage of the field itself. Over here in Guile Road, we actually pre and post development, there's about 10,000 square feet roughly. These numbers are in the NOI, but to paraphrase, there's about 10,000 square feet of asphalt existing on the Guile Road. We're removing about 4,500 square feet of that in this new. So we're actually significantly reducing the amount of impervious surface over here on Guile Road. We haven't changed the way it drains, but we have added this planted buffer zone along the edge and reduced the amount of impervious surface along that edge by about, again, 4,500 square feet, somewhere in that range.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have for now.
I have a couple of questions. It would require me to share my screen.
Oh, I can certainly stop.
Couple of pictures. Can people see that?
Not yet, but I think
Not yet.
That's outfall into Pine Tree Brook. Can you see the football goal post and back?
yes, sir.
Yeah, that's.
Yes, we can.
Can you explain what's going on at that outfall now? Where is that draining from?
Yeah, this drain line actually connects all the way through this field here. There's a manhole back right behind, say, a little bit further back behind the backstop for the Little League field, and then it goes cross country up and through the hillside and up to the upper field. So it transitions its way all the way down, right about in that center view that you see right in the middle. I'm using my cursor like you can see, you probably can't see it. But right down on the back side of the football goalpost, I'm sorry, it's probably on the front side of the football goalpost, and then down and into the location that you see the outfall here.
Do you know why it's running in dry weather?
Could be groundwater, I'm not sure.
How would that be getting in?
You know, again, we haven't run an I&I analysis on it, but I'd have to look upstream to understand better why it's running now.
Is that the discharge where the runoff from the field would go?
Much of the field would be infiltrated underneath. Only in a major storm event would you see any outfall from the field come here. But if it did, yes, these are the two outfall points.
So it would go directly from the field through a pipe into the brook?
No, it would, again, most storm events are going to infiltrate into the ground and not enter this drainage system at all. So they'll enter through infiltration. It's only in the higher storm events that you would see any flow that would come out these pipes. But yes, it could come out these pipes. And again, in a 100-year event or something more significant.
I'm bringing up another picture. Do you see that one?
Not yet. I think there's a lag. It takes a minute, but I'm sure it'll be here.
It shows a blue plastic pipe.
The image didn't change on our side.
You might have to stop
Not yet.
sharing and then reshare.
All right. It's a pipe that comes out of the other end of the field, and it wasn't on your plans. It comes into that detention basin that it showed on your aerial. I'm not sure I can get you to this picture.
Okay. If you wanted to share it with me through the commission, I'm happy to have our civil take a look.
I'm going to stop share and then try share again, okay?
Okay.
I'm sorry to do this. All right. Do you see it now?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you see the goalpost up on top? Now, you were saying that there's a drain under Guile Road that goes down to the brook, but this doesn't go to the brook. It goes into the bushes, and you can see that a lot of sand has come out of this pipe, and it's made a scour pit. Is this drain on your plan?
I'm having trouble locating where that is, but I think that's a wetland flag I'm seeing there now.
Yeah, looks like it. What I'm concerned about is that outfall.
Yeah, that wouldn't be part of our proposed drainage system. I don't know if that's an old under drain system for the old athletic field.
I think that's near wetland flag C15, if that helps.
Yes, and it's also, that comes across the road from the field up top of Dial Road.
Yeah, it is. It's on
Okay,
there.
and then it goes into the large collection area.
Oh, I
And it
see.
comes right across the road.
Yeah, it is shown on our plans.
Yeah.
They,
What does that drain?
it appears to come off of the existing stormwater system. I'm sorry, you probably can't hear me. It appears to come off of the existing stormwater system that comes from the upper fields, goes into
Yes.
a drain manhole, and is then directed over to that wetland series C. But there is reference to a 10-inch PVC pipe on our plan, so it is shown.
All right, I just got one more. See if I can bring it up.
That hole, by the way, that pipe is above, is taking water from above where our proposed improvements are, so we wouldn't have any impact on that pipe.
Can you see the one I got now?
No,
Different one?
not yet.
Huh. Maybe I need to do stop share. I'm sorry.
That's okay, you're not sharing right now.
All right, well, I'm okay. I'll start sharing. There's only one more. Do you know where that one is?
I haven't seen it yet. Can you help direct me as to where that might be?
I think up at the top is Guile Road, and it's quite close to the other one and discharges of the same wetland.
Yeah, so there's an 8-inch. Well, if it's, there are several pipes that leave the site from the existing drain system, go over towards the wetlands C series.
Yeah, that's where we are, I think.
And I believe that's what you're looking at.
All right,
I
I
would
only
agree
put
with
these
that.
on because I heard earlier that there's one drainage system that goes down Guile Road, but there seem to be several of them. And I'd like to see or have a plan that has these. So we got
These plans have these outfalls on them.
Oh, well, it was sort of, they weren't described when you were talking about the drainage earlier.
Well, because we don't send water towards any, we tie in further down from these. So we don't send any water in the direction of these pipes.
Except that first one we saw that had the rusty deposit coming out, right?
Correct. That one is a head wall with, I believe, what is a 22-inch RCP coming out, if I'm looking at the right one.
All right. I thank you for answering my questions. I'm stopping my share.
Steve, can I ask a question of you? I know in the notice of intent, there's reference to the flagging that was done in August of 2021 by Ashanda. And I'm wondering, the last time I thought we were in this area, other than for the Little League field and their signpost, was for the DPW that was doing some drainage work in between the upper field and the lower field. Do you know
Yes.
if we've approved the 2021 lines and for what project we approved them?
I'm sorry, I do not know if we've looked at that line and approved it. I looked at it myself and I noted that it was relatively conservative line, which is what I would do. It would be the same as I would do, but I'm not sure if we've addressed it beforehand or not.
Yeah, I don't have a memory of ever approving in particular that sort of the area that extends around the ball field, right at the corner of this field and the backstop for the baseball field. I don't remember ever approving those lines. So what I'm saying is I'd like to take a look at the lines.
Yeah,
sure.
But I don't know, Chris, is it your position that we've already approved those lines from August 3rd, 2021?
No, I defer to Mike, but we have not submitted an ANRAD. This is, I believe, the first time we've submitted as part of the NOI, so certainly within your jurisdiction to review that line, and we expect that you would.
Yeah, I don't disagree, Mr. Chair. I wasn't aware of any prior approvals. If there was a prior approval and there's a line locked in, then obviously we would honor that. But I think you'll find this line that we flagged in the not too distant past is pretty conservative and is accurate of current conditions. But by all means, do your due diligence and review. We're happy to have that happen.
All right, and it's currently flagged? I see the date of 2021. I just don't know if the flag is still in place.
Yeah, that's a good question, Chris. We should check that, Chris. It has been some time. If they're not, we should have Marchand reestablish them per the permit drawings. Yep.
That's how you do it.
If
let
Art
us
Allen's
know.
on, he might know.
Say again, Hans, I'm
Say
sorry.
again.
Art Allen might have flagged that.
Oh, even better. You got a lot of good flaggers out there.
All right, well, for the public's benefit, what typically the Conservation Commission does is we go out and we actually view the flags to confirm the delineation of the wetland and the areas, and the areas of jurisdiction actually set the boundaries for the buffer zone as well. So that would be very important to us. So I do anticipate that we'll have a public meeting on site. And I say that because we're running out of time, folks. We got a real heavy agenda tonight, but in no way will we shortchange I know there is some folks from the Grass for Guile. I forgot the name of the organization. And we usually call for abutters. And I don't mean to cut off any commission members with questions, but I think we've got to move this along. And one way to do that is to have those that have questions from, I'll say, from the opposition, but Grass for Guile, if you could pose the questions rather than debate any issues, that would be very helpful to us, the commission, and also to the public. And we can revisit those questions when we're at another public meeting on the site. So first of all, any members from any questions from commissioners? Hearing none. Yes, Wendy,
John,
go
I
ahead.
have a few quick questions. When there was a discussion about the maintenance of the artificial turf, there was a term used called top dressing. Top dressing is required for this, and I'm familiar with what that means for natural lawns, but I don't know what that means for artificial turf.
I'd be happy to address that. So the active top dressing in synthetic turf field over time with athletic field use, and particularly in goal mouth areas, other things like you'll see in front of a soccer goal, lacrosse nets and others, infill gets displaced. And so the grooming and top dressing drags the field to move that infill back around and get it to its appropriate depth in the areas that it gets displaced. It's a lot of what you see on a natural grass field. You might see, bare spots or thin spots in front of some of these goals. It's that same kind of wear occurs on a synthetic turf field, but what happens is that the infill gets moved around. So it's that process of re-grooming and top dressing as needed to just make sure the infill stays at an appropriate depth.
Thank you, Mr. Huntress. Another question, what happens when there's wear and tear on the carpet and the little pieces of synthetic grass break?
So synthetic turf, these products that are woven have what's called a tough bind. Tough bind is a measure of strength that takes actually rip a fiber out. And the woven products are about twice as strong as the tufted products that have the polyurethane backing. You will see some fibers come out initially upon installation as because of the way some of these come in big rolls, 15-foot rolls, and when they're stitched together, some fibers get displaced over the course of the first few months, and they will loosen up, but it's not anything significant that tends to affect the playability of the field. So that's picked up. Any loose fibers are picked up in a sweeper or groomer. So all this equipment, a sweeper, a groomer, and a magnetic drag bar will be part of the specification And we recommend that you go out and groom this field about once a month to pick up any loose fibers, bobby pins, other things that may have fallen on the field. That's also the time where you would top dress and address any irregularities with the infill.
Okay, and my last question is, you had said that the carpets last for about 8 to 10 years, sometimes longer, and then they are recyclable.
Mhm.
I'm curious how many of those carpets are actually recycled currently.
Oh, recycling is very, very new. So there are downcycling efforts that have been made. There, the synthetic turf industry does not have a good track record with regard to end of life. And it's something that, we in our office have been pushing hard along with others. And it's only very recently that any true recycling component has become available, and that's becoming available this summer.
So there are no facilities that currently recycle them?
There's one in Baytown, Texas that's operating right now. I'd be happy to send you the information on that if we haven't provided it already, which I think we included it, but I'll make sure that we send it again.
So how would the town of Milton get this carpet to Texas to be recycled?
When you put together a specification for the replacement, you would require that carpet be recycled, that existing carpet, and that would be part of the contractor's responsibility as they remove the field to appropriately bring that to recycling and provide you a chain of custody through the entire process.
What?
So it would have to be packaged up and shipped across the country?
Yes, it would be.
That's something.
The infill is typically removed on site, and then the carpet is rolled and transported typically by rail car, because that's a little bit cheaper, and brought to eventually to Baytown, Texas. We're going through this for the first time with the town of Brookline now. We're going to document the entire process as it goes through. You won't be forced to deal with recycling for, another 10 to 15 years. You would said 8 to 10 when you started with the life cycle. That's the warranty. The life
Okay.
cycle is more like 10 to 15. And by then I expect significantly more recycling facilities available, but there is one available right now.
Thank you, Mr. Huntress. No more questions at this point.
All right, thanks. And no other questions from commissioners? Let me see if I can combine abutters and members of the public into a group and see whether or not there's someone that would like to speak on behalf of Grass for Guile.
Mr. Kiernan, we would, I'm a representative of Grass for Guile. We still, I'm assuming we're still going to be able to offer some sort of presentation, and I'm hoping that in the spirit of fairness, that eventually that we'll get equal time. This is obviously, we understand this is a very complicated situation, but we're hoping that we're going to be able to get equal time to be able to present our case in a sort of full kind of way. I mean, I think at this point, if there are members of the community at large who would like to ask questions, that would be fine, but we would like to also make our presentation. And again, we would like to at some point have a conversation about having another opportunity to present, at which point we get a little more time than we've had tonight. We're probably going to get tonight.
You will you will have that time. But I just thought that what I envision is that when we conclude tonight, we'll next we can adjourn to the field itself, have a public meeting there, so that we can look at the location to put in context a lot of the issues. And then we'll have another public meeting following that one. And at that point, you certainly would have time. I thought it would be more efficient, though, that if you could, just posit some questions or concerns that you have so that we can put in context our view of the site and then to sort of get us focused on what the issues are.
Well, Mr. Kidder, we'd be happy to do that. We have, frankly, we have, it's part of the problem. We have so many questions, frankly, and so many points of contention. So I'm wondering if perhaps we ought to just go ahead and begin our presentation. Some of the experts we've asked to come in and speak will raise some of those points, and perhaps you'll begin to see that how much time we're going to require to actually get a chance to do this.
All
if
right, why don't we do this? Go ahead.
I was going to say, if I may, we've been going about an hour and 40 minutes here with the presentation from the one side and great questions from the commission. But I think what Paul is indicating is we also have a lot to say and a lot of people here to say it. And it really doesn't feel fair or consistent with the regulation bylaws of the town for us to be rushed. So I think really what we need is another meeting where we have equal time to present our side of this. And it should be a public meeting and one that is run in the same way, not just meeting on the field and raising questions. That doesn't seem appropriate.
Believe me, what we do will be fair. You will have equal time, but the meeting in the field is a public meeting. All our meetings are public meetings. The meeting in the field is extremely important for the commission members because we have to have an exact location in mind of the jurisdictional boundaries. So the jurisdiction is very important to us. I don't think there's any question that we have jurisdiction over this, but it really helps kind of frame the issues for us. So I think the meeting in the field is not a place for a debate, certainly, particularly because people move around and they're not always listening to each other. So I guess if yours is a question, the answer is yes, we will have another meeting such as this one, and your experts can present. I just didn't know if in the next 15 minutes, you could help frame some issues, because we've got some other, pretty extensive items on the agenda tonight, and we do have to move it along. And I recognize that an hour and 40 minutes is an extraordinary long time for a presentation. But I think it was worth it. It's certainly helpful to us, and I know it will be helpful when we hear from you as well. Is there any, and I could ask you, Elaine, or Paul, is there any benefit that you can see by hearing some of the, if you can kind of summarize the points to focus our attention, both when we're on the field and when we have our next meeting?
John, the problem is that there are various points, many points of disagreement we have with the presentation that's been given. I mean, before I can even sort of begin, I can give you sort of the 10,000 feet overview that does touch on some of the points. However, that also sort of leaves hanging out there all of these things that we consider inaccuracies that were actually been delivered as part of the first presentation, and they're just floating out there right now. So what you're proposing is that we go ahead and we offer you sort of a 10,000 feet look at this thing and maybe ask a couple of questions. I mean, we have an analytic chemist who is going to go through, who wants to go through and go after, take a very close look at some of the numbers that Mr. Hatchers gave us about the testing. And in fact, there's all kinds of material here that we were prepared to go through. But at this point, I mean, we appreciate the fact that you guys are that you have a lot to look at. That this is a complicated situation, and in point of fact, that's the reason why we're talking about this, because it is a complicated situation. In fact, I would be very surprised if the members of the Conservation Commission themselves didn't understand that this is a very complicated situation. This is a very complicated site. I mean, that's part of the argument for this thing. This is an incredibly environmentally sensitive site. And never mind, there are all kinds of aspects of this thing. I mean, we haven't gotten into any of those kinds of pieces. We haven't began to even talk about some of the political dimensions that perhaps you haven't examined, which is to say that this is an environmental justice community. And in point of fact, this will be a third. I'm sorry, sir.
That's what we're asking for. If you can just kind of give us the highlights of your presentation, number one. Number two, can you submit in writing so we will have an opportunity to review it? And this is just late coming in, but I think we were just promised a copy of the Tetra Tech testing. We haven't seen that, or I haven't seen it. So, we can test the Tetra
I'm sorry, John. I'm sorry. I'm just a little bit worked up. I'm sorry. But John, one of the things that we would be
You don't have to
contesting
be
would be
sorry.
I know we would be contesting the Tetra Tech testing. We have here again an analytic chemist who actually testified, and in fact testified there. The Martha's Vineyard Commission, it's true, put this testing out and commissioned this testing. However, this our analytic chemist went in and testified to the Oak Bluffs planning board, which were the ones who decided that they were not going to go forward. The town should not be going forward with the turf, and partly on the basis of concerns about health and safety involving those materials. And so, you know, it's a difficult thing then to just say, well, so we questioned the validity of some of the ways some of these tests because we questioned some of the validity of some of the way these tests are done. I mean, you and I both know that there's a lot of things that you can do with figures. So, I mean, I can give you an overview, but I'm just pointing out this thing is a very complicated thing.
Please do. Please give us an overview, and you'll get your time. And it's more efficient if we do some written materials first, but we want you to give that overview.
All right. And we will do so, but I have to say with all due respect that it's being done under a certain level of protest. Well, my name is Paul Makashima, as you know, and I'm a member of Grass for Guile, and we oppose the planned installation of the artificial turf field on Lower Guile Road. We're a group of neighbors and abutters of Pine Tree Brook, and several of us live as close as 200 feet to the proposed site. That's very close. Quite frankly, we have a lot to be concerned about. We think that an engineered natural grass field would be a better, durable, safer choice than artificial turf, and we say why. Plastic turf is multiples more expensive than natural grass, largely owing to the high cost of initial installation, replacement, and disposal every 8 to 10 years. You guys were starting to touch on that. This project is $2.4 million. No one here believes that $204 million has ever been spent on that field in its entirety. And in point of fact, nothing has been done on that field for 8 years, according to the Parks Department.
Well,
That
I just want to make sure I heard you. What was the cost of this proposed turf field?
The entire project is $2.4 million. Most of it is for the cost of the field itself. And in point of fact, every 8 to 10 years, that top has to come off, and that's about $500 million. We know that because it's what they paid at Brooks Field, and it's pretty much a standing rate. You go out another 8 to 10 years, and either just the top comes out or the pad comes out too, and when the pad comes out, that doubles the price. In fact, part of the reason Brooks Field has not been replaced for 14 years, part of the reason for that is because the school and the boosters are trying to raise the money. And in fact, I'm sure that a number of you have saw the piece in the Boston Globe about the dangers of fields that are not properly maintained. And when Mr. Hunter says that the life of these fields are 10 to 15 years, no one is legislating when these things are replaced. They're replaced when they're replaced. And in point of fact, Mr. Hunter's talked about GMAX forest testing, which is one of the things that you do to make sure that the thing is safe. And Consolidated Facilities tells us this field up the road here has not been GMAX tested for 4 years. So again, all these things are very expensive. Anyway, it results in more hip, knee, ankle, and foot injuries for players. It creates heat islands, radiating temperatures as high as 60 degrees hotter than the ambient air. We disagree with Mr. Hunter's contentions about how much heat is being generated. And it sheds hundreds of pounds of microplastics and more than a ton of infill pellets annually, besides leaching toxins and carcinogens into the surrounding soil and water, including lead and PFAS, which are the forever chemicals, and I think we're all aware of what those are at this point. And in fact, that goes to the question that was asked about what happens to that stuff. It migrates. I mean, both the pellets and the microplastics migrate. Clearly, artificial turf is bad stuff, but the geography of this specific project is particularly complex and problematic. First, just consider the setting. The field's in a particularly environmental sensitive area, as it abuts wetlands and a portion of the Pine Tree Brook that has been designated a cold water fishery. It's a mile upstream from a high priority EPA Superfund site. It's a wildlife habitat owing to its proximity to the Blue Hills. It sits in a FEMA high risk flood zone neighborhood, And it is, in addition, a state-designated environmental justice neighborhood owing to its racial demographics. We have, in fact, been in contact with the state environmental justice officer who's tracking the case to ensure the project gets due consideration, particularly given that this project takes valuable green space away from the neighborhood. And there are no other artificial turf fields in any other part of Milton, besides in the area around Guile Road. And this would be the third for us. So those are the pain points. Now consider the basic geography of the site. It seems highly likely that stormwater runoff running around and over the plastic field will be an issue and will change and taint the wetlands and brook, and potentially adversely affect the Little League field abutting it on the one edge. The field sits at the lowest tier of a series of 3 terraces. It's a steeply sloped area with a paved road running alongside it. Water flows downhill, so it heads toward the field and the brook. The EPA, which is taking a harder regulatory look right now at stormwater runoff, considers artificial turf an impervious surface. The current plan calls for a certain level of water retention from the turf, but there are hard questions that require answers before this project should be allowed to move forward. Weather events are becoming more frequent and extreme owing to climate.
Paul, can I interrupt?
Yes.
I'm actually listening, and I'm also taking notes, okay? I just wanted to check something. When you said the EPA considers this to be an impervious surface,
yes, that's true.
Depend upon the style and the product.
It is what they,
because we're talking about
terms
different products.
I don't believe that the EPA makes that distinction, sir. My understanding is that in the latest stormwater regs, they consider artificial turf to be an impervious surface. So I continue. The current plan calls for a certain level of water retention from the turf, but there are hard questions that require answers before this project should be allowed to move forward. It's clear to all of us that weather events are becoming more frequent, more extreme, owing to climate change. It is, in fact, the reason why in the past 5 years, FEMA has redone its flood maps and requires all homeowners along the brook to buy flood insurance. We all also know that the state DEP is on the verge of releasing new higher rainfall projection numbers that projects must account for and satisfy. So what happens when we get 2 or 3 or 5 days of soaking rainfall in the field, some of it kept, some of it slushing off? Now add to that the water flowing down from the higher levels, all of it overwhelming the ability of the field to process it. I think they call it mounding. It is, after all, an impervious surface with some storage and not a stormwater management system. The runoff will filter through the toxin-laden turf, pick up microplastics and infill, and empty into the wetlands and the brook. This is the wrong project for the wrong place, which brings us to a quest that we wanted to make. We had a consultant take a preliminary look at the project, and he found 4 distinct areas of concern, and we've touched on all of them. We don't have the funds to hire him, but we're wondering whether the Concom would fund a request to hire him on our behalf. And if that's possible, please let us know how we can make this happen. Now, John, do we have any time here to ask for any of the folks we have who we've lined up to talk to begin to give a presentation, or are we out of time?
It's gone on a lot longer than I certainly expected, and we've got some other major projects.
Me too, John.
Our only deadline is midnight. If we went after midnight, we'd be in violation of the open meeting law because we haven't announced tomorrow's date. So we're burning up time here. I think it might make more sense if there are written documents or reports that go along with your expert presentations or a PowerPoint. If we could see it in advance, it's very helpful to us to actually see it and feel it and hold it. It might sound old-fashioned to you, but sometimes it helps process information if you've got it in your hand and not just seeing it for the first time on a screen. And that, I think that would be a better use of your time and certainly our time. But we'll certainly give you a free and fair opportunity to be heard. And I think you did just what I asked for. I mean, you talked about, the theme of flooding, the cost, which would, in our mind, would be an alternative analysis. I do have one question. You said putting the field in would limit the green space. Is that because you don't consider artificial turf to be green? I'm not being facetious and talking about.
No, I understand. We absolutely
the same field. What?
Well, it is, in fact, you're right. It is, in fact, green, but the fact is that when we talk about green space, typically we're talking about grass. Also, because this field will have to be enclosed for security reasons. There will have to be a fence kept around it. I mean, there have been other towns where these fields have not been circled with fence, and invariably, some of them, in fact, I believe Mr. Huntress has actually worked on at least a field in at least one place where somebody drove a truck around, and that ruins those fields. And there is that puts the town on the hook for basically redoing the field. So in many ways, this is in fact a taking as far as the neighborhood is concerned. We walk our dogs there. I mean, our kids play there. That slope where the terraced seating is going to be, our kids ride they take their sleds there in the winter. That is green space. It's green space the neighborhood uses, and it will be taken.
Mr. Kiernan, may I make a suggestion?
Certainly, Mayline.
Thank you. I think the idea of submitting information so that you all, who are obviously being quite thoughtful, can consider it makes a lot of sense, but only coupled with the opportunity to have equal time to talk about it and answer questions. So if we could do that, I think that would be good. So I think you probably need to schedule another meeting would be my suggestion. I mean, I know for one, I have a lot of things to say. I look on this, I know there are a lot of people who have other things to say. It is late, people are tired. So your suggestion to submit things ahead of time makes a lot of sense to me, but we would really ask that we get equal time in an equal setting to discuss the issues. Is that possible?
Certainly is. Let's put it on for May 9th, which will be our next regular meeting. But I would still like to have a site walk for, if not just for the public's benefit, certainly for the commission's benefit. I'd like to see and walk those delineation lines, the jurisdictional lines. So the answer to your question is yes, you may have time. We appreciate very much getting the materials in advance. Number 3, we'll put it on for May 9th. Number 4, let me ask the commissioners, take a look at your calendars. Steve, can you give us the next several Saturdays? And by the way, this Saturday probably wouldn't work, but I'll defer to Chris on that because I don't know how long it'll take you to make sure those flags are in place. It would be counterproductive if we went out there and the flags from 2021 were not there, which I expect a lot of them won't be.
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to go out and check this week. I just don't know I could get our survey team out there that quickly if we had to replace some, which I expect we do. So I can certainly let you know tomorrow how much time we need to do that.
This Saturday is also the beginning of a long weekend, John.
Okay, so then we can skip this Saturday because the flags won't be there. Let's take a look at what are the next several Saturdays, Steve, if you have a calendar.
I have a calendar right here, and it's the 20th, 27th, and Saturday, June 3rd.
And
So
Saturday,
April
what?
27, June 3rd.
You mean May?
27. I'm sorry, May 3rd. Forgive me.
Okay.
I'm in the
better.
wrong month.
Yeah, those dates didn't make sense.
Right, sorry. Let's make it 22, 29, and 6 May. Those are the next 3.
John, can I make one more request?
You certainly may.
There was one thing that we would like to address because we think we can do it relatively quickly. With us is a person named Kyla Bennett, who's a PhD. She's an environmental scientist and a lawyer. She's a former EPA official who's now the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic Director and Director of Science Policy for the Public Employees for Environmental Responsibility. Her group was the first to discover PFAS in artificial turf in 2019. And she would like to very briefly address the question about whether or not these things are recyclable.
How about, can you do it in 5 minutes? I got my eye on 9:30 to move on. If you could do it that fast, then God bless you.
I can do it in a minute. Thank you, Mr.
All right.
I appreciate it. I'm Dr. Kyla Bennett. I just wanted to ask Mr. Huntress this question. The recycling facility that you're talking about in Texas, I assume you're talking about the Exxon Mobil advanced recycling facility?
I am, yes.
Okay. For the commission's information, advanced recycling is pyrolysis. That means they burn them. This is not recycling. They're not taking this plastic and turning it into another plastic item. What they are doing is burning it. Burning it. It's incredibly environmental harmful. It is probably the worst thing you could do with these fields because it emits all sorts of chemicals to the fence line communities down there. And it puts the PFAS that is in this field into the air where it then travels about 150 kilometers before it falls to the ground. I do not call burning something in an incinerator recycling. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Then it sounds like with everyone's assent, we'll continue this to 2 dates. The first being sidewalk. And what dates can you make?
John, really quick, before we move on from that, Ms. Bennett, if you can provide us any information on that, that would be helpful just to substantiate what you're saying.
Absolutely, but I think Mr. Huntress knows, he said it's advanced recycling. If you go to your favorite search engine and type that in, you'll see that it's pyrolysis, but I can provide you with, I'd be happy to provide you with information about that. There is no recycling facility of artificial turf in the United States, but I'll get you info.
Perfect, thank you. Let me just go, I'm just reading the screen here. Hans, what dates can you make?
So I'm available on the 29th or the 6th. So either one of those 2 dates. The 22nd, I'm not available.
Okay, I'm just looking across the screen. Ingrid?
Yeah, I could be, I'm available this Saturday, but it looks like that is not going to be ready for prime time. I'm not available the 22nd. I'm not available the 29th. I am also available on May 6th.
Wendy? May 6th is leading agenda.
I believe I will be available on Saturday, the 29th of April.
Okay, so we've got one on the 29th, one on the 6th. Tom Palmer, what do you say?
I think all the dates would work for me.
Okay, so.
Can I just jump in? The 29th is the town-wide cleanup. I don't think that's a good day for this.
Okay, I'm not sure that being on the field would hurt that. I think those are wonderful goals, and we can both accomplish it.
The Pine Tree Brook has a major event going on that day, and there are at least 100 people right at that bridge and right at the field. We have a cookout, and there's events and speakers. There's actually an event happening in that exact location on the Saturday, the 29th.
Right, Deborah, your call, but it sounds like that's what you would want. Putting that aside, it looks like we're down one commissioner. I'm assuming that Todd and Arthur will be available, which I'm just hoping for that. But the 6th, just so that I don't mix this up, Deborah, you said which one is bad, the 29th?
I would say the 29th. The Pine Tree Brook Neighborhood Association organizes a huge event every year, and I think it would not be.
I understand that. I'm just going to say the 29th.
Yeah, the 29th.
Okay.
The 29th. Thank you so much.
Members, June 6th is the next meeting on site. That's a site walk. We'll meet at 8:30 down by the lower field. And the meeting following that is going to be May 9th, which will be via Zoom, just like this meeting tonight. Thank you all for your patience, and not to worry, Paul, we'll hear from you. All right, thank you very much. That's been a long presentation. We've got to move, or I'm going to get shot by the other commissioners. Next agenda is notice of intent. 1365.
Excuse me. I apologize. Yes, I had my hand raised. I just had a quick question about this. I was hoping to get it while Mr. Huntress was still on the call, but I believe he may have got off. Is that true?
I don't know, but you can pose the question. No, there he is. Pose the question, sir.
So you
I
may
don't know who you are. I just see a
Yep, my
hand.
name's Tony Schwartz. I live in town. And I'm just trying to clarify something. I had asked him at the last meeting, and the last meeting before, what the timeline is, just how far out we push these meetings without maybe just calling a special meeting prior to next month. If it would be done within a reasonable timeline to be completed, if it gets approved, I guess. I just don't know if we keep pushing out full months, where that will leave us. So I was just hoping he might be able to answer kind of where we were.
I don't think that's his call. That's the commission's call, sir. We've got we've got a special meeting already in April. We're adding a site walk, and we're not pushing this out. We're advancing it. The site walk is before the next meeting. So
okay.
In addition to
that's all I was
we've
asking.
got 3 more meetings this month.
Okay, that's all I was asking. I just didn't know how it affected the timeline. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thanks. All right, you ready? Next on the agenda, 1365 Canton Avenue. Do we have a presenter?
Yes, Brenda Sullivan with Merrill Associates.
Right,
Here with
Brenda. Thank you for your patience.
no problem. No problem. Always good to hear some turf talk. So I'm here with, I believe, Marion McKettrick, the attorney for the applicant, is on the phone as well, is on the call as well.
Good evening, Marion.
And I'm not sure if the applicant Sabri Torkey is on the call as well, but he's the owner of 1365 Canton Ave. So the site is a single-family home at 1365 Canton Ave. It's on the north side of Canton Ave. A single-family home. There has been some construction to it in the past. There's also there's an in-ground pool in the backyard, and there are two wetland resources off-site. To the northwest is a BVW, and that's associated with the Ballister Brook. The Ballister Brook is a river, has a riverfront. And both of those buffers, the 50 and the 100-foot buffer from the BVW comes onto the site, and also a small portion of the 100-foot inner riparian zone comes onto the site, and a good portion of the 200-foot riverfront comes into the site. There's approximately 18,000 square feet of riverfront on the site. The current owner has purchased the property. He purchased it just last year, and was kind of in, I don't know if anybody's familiar with the property, but it's been kind of more or less disrepair in the past 15, 17 years or so. So the current owner was doing some landscaping work in the rear yard, and then was notified that some of that work was done within the jurisdiction of the Conservation Commission, unbeknownst to him. So that's more or less why we're here in front of you. We're here in front of you tonight. The only thing we're proposing at this point was he does want to put a perimeter fence around the property. Maybe I should probably share my screen if I could. So if you can see that, as I said, this is the single family home, north side of Canton Ave. The offsite BVW is over in this corner up in here, the northwest corner. The Ballister Brook is offsite, off property to the northwest. There's the 100-foot inner riparian. There's the 100-foot outer riparian for the associated with Ballister Brook. There's the we show the 25-foot buffer, which does not come onto site. We have a 50-foot buffer, the BVW, and the 100-foot buffer as well. I don't know if Marion, you have anything else to add to the discussion.
Just a little bit more background and a couple of comments. The owner of this property is not only applying to the Conservation Commission, but I filed an application with the Board of Appeals because of movement of fill around in this backyard. You know, we have a fill bylaw for Section 4A of the zoning bylaw. He brought in less than 200 cubic yards of loam to put on the surface, which is within the allowed amount for every 3 years in a single family lot. But he brought in about 800 plus cubic yards. I mean, he didn't bring them in, he moved them around. This is a determination based upon changes in grade in the backyard. The determination of change in grade is extremely difficult here because the history of this property is, as you can see, it's 2 rectangles. The rectangle on the right, as you face the property, that was an existing, basically ranch-style house. In 2004, the owner undertook a huge addition, really. I mean, it's 2 stories, it's really big, and it reaches back, as you can see. And he, however, was unable to proceed or complete the addition. It's just a shell now, and it's been sitting there for almost 20 years. And it is really an eyesore in a very unique part of Canton Avenue, right across from the Suffolk Resolves house, and so on and so forth. And neighbors have indicated, I think at your last meeting when he came in just to discuss this, that they really wanted to see it cleaned up and made, you know, decent looking. He's unable to do any work on the construction inside the addition because the building commissioner has said, you know, we have to go to the Conservation Commission. I have filed the application for the movement of fill. I don't know when it's going to be heard. I don't have a hearing date yet on that, but that's a connected application. He was completely unaware, you know, of these environmental constraints. He called me after the building commissioner contacted him, and that was really on the fill issue. But then we needed Merrill Engineering or a very good engineering firm because we couldn't tell, and we still really don't know, what the condition of the property was back in 2004 when this work began. Because the work began, the earth was excavated and thrown all over the yard, big piles of excavate, and just sat there. I remember the appearance of this property over the years, but I didn't certainly go in the backyard. And gradually, of course, has been sitting there. Now it's overgrown. There were bushes and grass, and there was a slope towards the rear. And there were 2 existing trees, at least 2 large trees that the applicant removed. So people have been, you know, everybody's saying to me, well, you know, you've got to calculate how much, you know, what was the condition when this began? He bought the property in September 2022. So, and we were talking to the Conservation Commission, I think in December or January, about what do we do next? And he hasn't been able to do anything since he went in and did this gradual grading in the backyard to make it more level. So the problem here is he's stuck in every possible way. We really need the Conservation Commission and and Merrill Engineering and Brad Holmes to work on what's the plan, the mitigation or planting plan that the commission would like in this area, because it is within the 200 foot and then partially in the 100 foot area. It's open. It's not, I don't even think it's seeded right now. I think there are erosion barriers in place, at least, you know, green erosion barriers you can see around the lot, but I don't think he's been able to even seed. And I do think it's important, and I think the commission probably would agree that it has to be planted in order, and this has been a problem for a long time, that it was never really properly, nothing was landscaped after this work stopped. There was you know, there's litigation. I found cases of construction liens and that kind of thing. So it was very clear there was a financial disaster with this lot. So that's the background. We need to move along with this. Sabri Torkey is willing to do whatever he has to do, but he really needs some instruction from the commission. And I mean, I wish that you could issue an order of conditions today, subject to a proper mitigation plan being filed after. The only reason for that is because he can't do any construction. He can't work inside this addition even at the present time, at least according to what Building Commissioner Joe Prondek has told him. And so he's really in a difficult position. Of course, he has construction loans and he hasn't been able to do any work. So if you can't do that, and Merrill Engineering certainly didn't think, you know, that was necessarily what would happen at this hearing. How can we move forward quickly? What is it that we have to do? What do you want to get back from us?
Is this the property that backs up to Mr. Vu that had the sports court on Blue Hill Avenue?
The one that you just had an application about. That's why one reason we have Brad Holmes working on this. Yes.
Right. So Steve, I think when the commission was out there, we were actually standing in Mr. Vu's backyard looking towards this property, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'd like to see the property.
Yeah.
And who did the flags? Is that Brad Holmes that did the flags as part of this project, or was it part of Mr. Vu's project?
He did.
Well, Brad Holmes, I think, reviewed and there's a report in here about how he reviewed and I think placed some more flags, perhaps.
Yes, he did the
Yes.
flagging for both. He did the flagging for both properties.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, standard procedure that we go out to inspect and approve the delineation. So I'd suggest that we put this on the agenda for the site visit on May 6th. But that's just my quick reaction. What do the other commissioners think? I can't see anybody in the screen. Tom, are you?
It sounds like we need a site visit.
So John, I guess my first question is do we want to try to do the site visit on the same day that we're trying to do the athletic field visit? I'm anticipating that being.
I don't think that's going to be very long, Hans, because it's not going to be an area for debate or presentation of scientific theories, et cetera. In reality, we're just going to look at the site and confirm the delineation of the lines. I actually think it'll be pretty simple.
I think the fact of the matter is
Okay.
reeling out the points. And, I took a couple.
Wendy, you good for site walk?
Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Is somebody got a muddy picture? Fucking.
Hey, Paul, can you help us? I think that's your mic that's on. And everybody mute, and then Wendy, you go off mute.
Fucking stroke.
Go ahead, Wendy.
So John, you're asking if I wish to attend the site walk, or what are you asking for? What dates?
No, we do it the same date. It's the 6th.
Oh my God.
I thought you were available on that date, correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right. Are there any other questions though about the notice of intent here, besides going on a site walk? Any questions from commission? Any abutters?
Yes.
Good.
Hi,
speak.
I'm Mary Ferber.
Hey, Mary.
Hi. I live right beside the property and I have for over 35 years. So I am well aware of everything that happened on that lot. And I can say that Sawbury has done more work to improve that lot in the past, 8 months than happened for the past 20 years. The lot now is level with my land, which has never had a problem. I don't know anything about it, but I would, really like to see this project move ahead. It will only be a benefit to the entire neighborhood to get this eyesore off the street. It's a point of contention up here that, when people, when you're trying to give directions, they always point out, oh, you live beside that. I think I've suffered enough. So I would like to see this move along. And he's a great guy. He's already made some fabulous improvements outside just with the wall. He does what he can, but he really needs everyone's help to get this to move along, because I think the town has had to have some responsibility for this for the past 20 years. I really do firmly believe that, and everything that's gone wrong over there. And it's been a lot.
All right, Mary, thank you very much. And we're listening and we hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Anything, can you be available, Mary? We'll be right there on the site on May 6th at about probably 9:30, 9:45.
Oh, sure. I'm always May 6th. I'll make a note of it. And if I'm around, I'll get out there to say hello.
Great. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much.
Any others, abutters, members of the public, citizens of the Commonwealth? Hearing none, we'll continue this until May 6th. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is request for determination of applicability 51 Robbins Street.
Hello, Bob Chen here, single family home on 51 Robin Street. Been here for 30 years. There are 13 hemlocks along Trout Brook that have been suffering for 30 years, the woolly adelgid. And so I would say a third are dead, a third are dying, and a third are kind of alive-ish. I would like to replace them. I would like to cut them down and replace them with arborvitae or any other evergreen species that you would suggest. And so that's what this is for.
Woolly
Steve,
gelded is actually quite manageable. Have you spoken to an arborist?
I've spoken to them over the last 25 years. Let me show you a couple pictures if that's all right.
Yeah, sure it is, yeah.
So 3 have fallen down. 2 or 3, some are dead. 2 or 3 have fallen onto the neighbor's plot. Okay, let me unshare and share again. This one recently fell just above the electrical line coming into the house. Can you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And then let me just share the map if I just tell you exactly where it is. So this is Robin Street, this is Trout Brook Ave at the bottom, and Trout Brook is they're along between the house and directly along the stream. I definitely want the vegetation there. I want the bank there, and I'd like to replace them with something that has a chance of not falling on the house.
Question to the commissioners. I mean, we have a replacement policy, and obviously if they're dead, it would probably fall into the maintenance category. Although I know some people would want to leave a snag for wildlife purposes, but we've got 1/3 dead, 1/3 dying, and 1/3 alive. So let's take a look at the 1/3 alive. If you remove them and they're living, I think that's going to trigger our performance standard to replace those trees with a number of trees that, according to our replacement standard, which is basically you have to match the circumference, the sum of the circumferences of all the trees to be replanted. They don't all have to fit on that property, but that looks like about as sensitive an area as you can get because it looks like it's on the bank of Balster Brook. So we've got, bank integrity issues too.
Trout Brook.
Trout Brook, yes.
The Trout Brook? Yeah, Trout Brook, sorry. So Tom, what's your take on dead trees, dying trees, and alive trees?
Well, those ones could hardly be any more dead, I would say. I think replacing the screening function, the screening function of the trees is better provided by live ones than dead ones. I think you might consider how you could remove those dead trees and disturb the bank as little as possible. I don't really know how you would do that.
Wendy, any thoughts?
Well, I'm wondering, Mr. Chen, if is it possible that you might consider leaving the ones that are alive?
They're not greatly alive. I could certainly leave them. There would then be a mixed screen of something shaded by the taller tree that is likely not to take very well. But I do not want to disturb the bank in any way. I'm happy to listen to any. I want the integrity of the bank. I don't want these things dead.
Have you thought about what trees to put in?
Well, the tree people said arborvitae. I'm talking to Thayer Nursery next week. I'm happy to listen to any expert that can tell me the best species to put in there.
That's like the go-to screening tree.
Yeah.
Right. And we prefer native species. There are some, I think mostly the ones that are used are not, Tom. I think the ones that are mostly used for screening are not the native.
I don't think there's any arborvitae that's native around here. They're like in Quebec and so forth. On the other
Right.
hand, in a place like this that's already landscaped, to use a non-native that's not invasive seems reasonable. To use the best screening tree, whether it's native or not, seems to be reasonable to me.
Mr. Chen, do you have an idea of how many trees you'd be looking to put there in total just to replace the screen? Or just
There's 13 existing, and I would go with, I don't know, I would go with whatever the nursery says is the appropriate replacement of the screen.
Okay, it'll
I
help.
don't know how
understand-
they dig down through roots, but I'm going to ask them.
I think it'll help to understand what the size and number is. So, whatever you're planning for replacement trees, to understand what the total number would be and what the anticipated plant size. So then we can do sort of a comparison of the healthy trees or somewhat healthy, and then understanding that some of them are no longer alive and functioning. Those wouldn't need to be considered as part of the tree removal standard. So just so we have a number that we can start with of what we're looking at, if you are looking to replace the screen.
Again, I haven't consulted with the expert. I would say 1 for 1 is put in a 6 foot, 1 for 1 seems to me to be like the default, what I was thinking of asking for, but I would do whatever is, standard, appropriate.
I would just mention if anybody's curious to see what a very effective arborvitae screen is, go to Highland Street and go to the hospital on the edge that faces Spafford. In the parking lot, if you're in the parking lot, there can be somebody standing on the other side of the row of trees and you would not know them from a yard away. You can walk along that edge of the hospital between 2 rows of arborvitae, and it is completely isolated. It's like a secret passage. It was very impressive to me to see how they had planted 2 rows of arborvitae. They had enough room, maybe 20 or 25 feet wood, so they had a fence, then 1 row and a second row. And if it died in 1 row, the other one filled in. So that is the most effective screen I've seen anywhere in town. And the arborvitae are about 20 feet high, maybe, bigger than I'm used to them. I don't know when they were put in. I would just say that if you need a screen, arborvitae are like, it's hard to beat.
Bob, let me just get you to focus on our replacement.
Yeah.
I heard what you said about dead, dying, and still alive. But if, just for purposes of mathematics, if you had 10 trees and they were 10 inches in diameter, our performance standard for replacement of trees is actually based on circumference, but the math is easier if you use diameter and you come out at the same endpoint. So if you had 13 trees and they're each 10 inches, that's 130 inches of diameter. You'd have to replace 130 inches of diameter. Typically, you're not going to plant a tree that's more than, if I said 4 inches, that's a big tree to plant. Usually that's 3 or 3.5, but let's just for math use 4. That means you'd have to plant 32 trees. So it's not a 1-to-1. Now, I understand that the example I gave you for math purposes is not your situation, because we're not going to ask you to replace the dead trees. And if it's legitimately dying and it's a public hazard, it's going to fall over. So maybe we're only talking about, a third of maybe 4 of those trees. But again, that would be 4 times 10 is 40 inches. So you'd have 10 4-inch trees. So that's the math you've got to use for our replacement formula.
Awesome. Thank you.
So it would be somewhere, let's say if you're only talking about 4 live trees, maybe it's 5. But you'd have to actually measure the circumference
Okay.
I know I gave you an example.
Yeah,
but
those
it
are
was
pretty
close.
big trees. How old do you think how old do you think they are? They look like they're pretty mature hemlocks.
They've definitely been there since I've been there 30 years. So the house is the 50s. So it could have been that they went in with the house.
Yeah.
They're big.
All right. Steve,
But
can you
I
take
think at a
them,
minimum, John, we
what's that?
should consider the quality of the trees and the health. So.
Yeah, it seems like some of them are gone. I mean, the issue is I've got a lot of hemlocks on my property. They respond very well to managing the woolly gelded. I have them sprayed with horticultural oil every spring, and it works great. So that's another question to throw into the mix. And I don't know if the homeowner doesn't seem particularly interested in a mixed border, but there's charm and value to that as well.
No, I agree. And Hans, you might have missed it, but I was only using the 13 trees as a math example, and then I specifically said I'm not going to count the dead trees. So Steve, can you go out and just take a look and give us a measure on the trees?
Yes,
And if
of
you could
course.
distinguish, if you could help us distinguish between dead, dying, and salvageable.
Yes.
And I agree with Ingrid that if you can save them, I think they're worth saving. Is that okay, Bob? Yeah, Steve,
Let's Steve take a look. I don't think they're savable. I have sprayed them over the years, not consistently, but at times in the past. Didn't seem to be effective, and stopped doing it just because of I don't know. I like things to live and stay there on their own, but it didn't seem to be effective at the time.
Happy to do it, Bob.
All right. Well. All right. So if you guys can coordinate to get out there, we can take a vote on this on May 6th. Because I don't think we all have to see it. We'll just depend upon Steve's calculations, and we'll give you a formula.
And then
is everybody else?
And
Go ahead, Bob.
then I'll talk to the landscaper to figure out how many trees, how that would be possible.
Yeah, you may wish to offset the new trees from the bank, because these trees are right on the bank.
Yeah, there's not a lot of space there, so
Exactly.
you'll see when you come. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been there before.
Okay. I think I remember you. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So before you make a deal with the landscape folks, talk to Steve first, and then we can formalize this on May 6th.
Great. Okay.
Right.
Yep.
And maybe we could actually do it at your house, because we'll be driving in that direction anyway. We'll go right by Robin Street on our way to 1365 Canton Avenue, and it won't take long. So it'll probably be about 9:45.
I hate to say it, it's right smack in the middle of a game I have, soccer game. Several of you know I'm a soccer guy.
As long as it's okay to go on your property,
Yeah,
we don't
that's
need
fine.
you.
Okay, very good.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Fair enough.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Bob, very much.
Thank you very much.
Take care.
Yeah, you too.
Next is request for a certificate of compliance, 901 Randolph Avenue. Anybody for 901
Yes.
Randolph Avenue, Steve,
I saw
yes.
Azu here. Hi, Azu.
Yes.
How are you doing?
Hi, Steve. How you doing? You looking sharp there.
Oh, thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, and good evening, Steve. Thank you for indulging me. This is number 901 Randolph Avenue, and it's a single-family home. The notice of intent was filed back in 2006, and the commission issued a note of conditions, and they contacted my office last year to file the application for a certificate of compliance. I believe the bank had foreclosed on the property and then sold it. And then part of the bank's responsibility is to make sure that there's a clean title. As you well know, an order of conditions shows up as a lien on a property until the commission issues a certificate of compliance. I went out there last year and did my survey and evaluated the site. I found that the required recharge system for the roof drain was not installed. And which time I advised the attorney who's representing the bank that I could not issue a full engineering opinion letter certifying the work, where a major component that was the basis of the order of conditions was not in compliance. So they hired a contractor and they went out and installed the dry well. And I looked at it and it was performing as intended and as had anticipated by the commission in the order of conditions. The dry well or the roof recharge system was not installed exactly at the location that it was proposed. But it is functioning satisfactorily where it is. One thing that I noticed after they installed the system, the contractor had not backfilled the area properly and compacted it. And so I sent them an email notifying them that the area had not been properly stabilized. And then they went back and did that. And I waited a month to go through a couple of rain cycles to make sure that it wasn't sinking. And they achieved that. And so I issued the subsequent letter certifying that the work has been done. And so basically that was issued back in March 2006. So we're talking 17 years ago. So I think everything looks good. The family lives there now, and they hope that they can get the certificate. And so that's why we're here. And I hope that the commission will see to at this time to issue a certificate. And thank you.
Thank you. Steve, have you been there? My memory is that this came up some time ago within the last year.
Yes, exactly. I did go there within the last year. I saw the subsidence that Azu was talking about. He has just told me via email today that it has been corrected. I'm willing to take his word for it, believe it or not.
Well, I certainly believe it, but we need something for our record. We need a stamped attestation that it's in substantial compliance.
Yes, and he has provided that with his notice of, with his request.
That's what I'm looking for.
Right. Right. He's provided that.
Okay, got it in my hand. So for the public's benefit, it says the undersigned, Azu, having inspected the work performed at the above referenced site, do hereby certify the work performed has been done in substantial conformance to the lot development plan bid by the Ponset Valley Survey Associates dated November 25, 2005, revised February 6, 2006, except that the installed roof drain recharge dry well is installed at a different location from the proposed location. However, in our opinion, the recharge dry well functions satisfactorily. Right? Sounds good to me. Any comments from Tom, Wendy, Hans?
I'll go with Steve.
Ingrid?
Agreed.
I agree as well.
Me too, John.
All right, so is there a motion to, you're all set? Okay, is there a motion to issue the certificate of compliance?
So moved.
Thanks, Ingrid. Is there a second?
Second.
Thanks, Tom. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, we'll do a roll call. Hans, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Wendy?
Yes.
Tom?
Aye.
Ingrid?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. John Kiernan. Thank you, Azu, very much.
Thank you very
Good to go.
much. I appreciate your time. Have a good night. Steve, good to see you again. Okay,
And you.
bye now.
I know.
Goodbye. Thanks. Next is the planting plan of 70. No, it's not. Next one is number 7, extension of request for order conditions 131 Elliott. Do we have the applicant?
Yes, you do. Steve Connolly, manager, 131 Elliott Street, LLC.
Hey, good evening, Steve.
Good evening. How are you today?
All right.
We're looking for an extension permit. The permit number is 0460514, and we're looking for a 1-year extension.
All right. And how close are you to completion?
We're in very good shape there. We're going to let the spring growing season take place, see if there's anything that we need to replace, or see how things do. We were happy with the results last fall into the winter, and we anticipate coming in with a request for a certificate of compliance probably during the summertime of this year. So we're in good shape.
All right. I'm trying to remember, Steve, so you're going to have to help my memory here. But in addition to the landscaping on site, didn't we, because of the enforcement order, we had some additional tree plantings around the town? Has that been done, do you know?
It has not been done yet. No, we still need to address that.
Well, the certificate of compliance would require that be done as well.
Okay.
Can you get
so
that done within the 1 year as well?
Absolutely. No problem.
Okay. Anybody, commission members, have it's just a 1-year extension? Didn't we extend this before once? Not that that's
we did.
Don't misunderstand me.
Yes.
By the
Right.
way, you can walk around the entire building now if you want. And the stonework is quite beautiful in the terraced areas below grade in front. I don't know. I just was very impressed.
Thank you. Yeah, we're really happy with it as well.
Any questions from commissioners? Any abutters, members of the public with a question or comment? Hearing none, is there a motion to extend the order conditions for 1 year?
So moved.
Thanks, Tom. Any second?
I'll
Wendy,
second it.
thank you very much. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote. Hans, how do you vote?
Aye. Yes.
Wendy?
Yes.
Aye.
Ingrid?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well, John Kiernan. Thanks, Steve, very much. You get a 1-year extension.
Great. Thank you very much. Good
Thank
night,
you.
and I'll start working on that the additional plantings. So,
All right, thanks, Steve.
yep. Thank you. Yep, bye now.
Right. Number 8, planting plan 76 Forbes Road. Steve,
Would you like-
I know you know something else. Marion, you're here. Thank you.
Yes, so I've sent you a letter and attached a plan of 76 Forbes Road showing the location for 4 trees. A couple of typos in the tree names, but I think it's a Malus apple tree, 2 of them on one side, and that's supposed to be arborvitae on the other side. Although it doesn't say, I thought there was a native New England arborvitae, and I kept telling the owner, you need to say it's native, but now I'm wondering after what
It's
Tom
native
told
up
us,
north
so-
in Maine.
I thought,
Maine
I
and
agree
Quebec.
with you, Marion. I thought there was.
Yeah.
Not
So
in
anyway,
Massachusetts. Not in
Yeah.
Massachusetts.
that's the intention if it can be procured. And the trees, as I said in my letter, will be a minimum of 3 inches diameter. What did I say? Whatever you said, you told me in last meeting. The owner is talking to a landscaper who would be installing the trees this little later this spring, providing this satisfies what you were requiring. And you may recall this is because a tree was taken down without consulting the commission first, although the tree was in poor condition and it was way in the back lot line of this property. She's not planting anything new there.
Marianne, just a comment. The only native apple tree we have is the crab apple. Just FYI.
What? How
Yes.
can that be? Oh, there's
I-
apple trees all over New England.
I
They're
can
all
complain about
imported.
that, but
They're
it
all
is true
imported.
that before people started raising Asian crabs, there were no
That's right.
crabs in New England. We have some Midwestern ones, but all the crabs you see all around town, they're sort of wild because they're the result of ornamental crabs interbreeding. So
Exactly.
it's as if everybody who had a dog let the dogs breed with all the other dogs, and all the puppies started to run around. That's what's going on with the crabs.
Right.
Yeah.
So what is your preference for crab apple trees?
Well, I think they're fine. You know,
Okay.
I think they're very pretty, and there's already a million around, so I don't really see them contributing to an invasive problem.
No, they're good for
And-
wildlife.
Absolutely. That's what I was going to say. Took the words right out of my mouth.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
So we had to bring this back to you, and I believe the commission has to approve the plan. So I think you need to take a vote.
Yes, indeed. And this is one tree. I'm just doing the tree that came down. It said 4 trees, a minimum of 3-inch diameter. I do remember that. So tree types locations 2 and 2. So there are 4 trees of 3 inches each. So you make the standard, the performance standard. So I'm good with that. And sounds like you'll go with the native variety. So is there a motion to approve this plan?
I move we approve it.
Thanks, Tom. Is there a second?
I second.
Thanks, Wendy. Any discussion? Hearing none. Hans, how do you vote?
Yes.
Wendy?
Yes.
Tom?
Aye.
Ingrid?
Yes.
And I'm yes as well, John Kiernan. Thanks, Marion. You've got your approval
you.
for the plan.
Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Marion.
You're welcome.
All right. Next on the agenda is 9 Myers Lane.
Good evening.
Hey, good evening, David.
Let me share my screen. So I've been at a couple of meetings. I previously proposed to build a deck that I found out was in the protected zone. So now I'm, having learned that, I'm proposing to, you can see the existing dwelling here, and there's already what the seller called a sunroom. I guess it's a sunroom. It's basically kind of looks like a garage, but it has windows all the way around, and it currently has a roof, traditional roof on top. What I'm proposing is to just replace the roof with a deck on this existing structure. I'm also proposing, my driveway it's all asphalt. It's got a good angle, and a lot of water, when it rains a lot, comes down my driveway, and it pools sort of in this corner. I don't know if you can see my arrow, but you can see like there's a concrete pad here. It pools here, and it often just pools there. But if there's a whole bunch of water, it will flow into the brook, and I'd like to prevent that by replacing some of the asphalt with gravel. So to prevent stormwater from going into the brook, to just stay here in the property. 2 requests: the removal of asphalt and this simply putting a deck on top of existing building.
David, you've worked hard to stay within the multiple regulations.
Yeah. You can see that there's already a stairwell deck, or just a stairwell to the kitchen, and we got it really tight here. I'd like to at least get to the deck, right? So we're just going to put like a little part here within, outside the protected. So the flood zone's back here, the additional 25-foot buffer. It's just on this side of that.
Okay, so the line it abuts the 25-foot line itself?
Yep, we'll just put a walk around here to get onto the
Okay.
deck.
All right. And for the public's benefit, we've been there a number of times. David has come back several times with redesigns. Any questions from commissioners on this one? It sounds like roof deck on top of an existing structure.
Yep.
And removing asphalt, replacing it with gravel, which will act as an infiltration area, I guess, for the water to prevent it from flowing directly to the brook.
Correct.
That's fair statement. Any questions from commissioners? Steve, any comments from you?
I want to say thank you to David for his flexibility and his planning for taking some of that asphalt away.
You're welcome. Learned a lot, and you'll probably see me again, but it will be a while. But thank you.
That'd be great.
Right. Any other commissioners? Other abutters, members of the public that would like to ask a question, make a comment? This looks good. The only thing that, David, keep in mind is that when your construction crew comes in, to keep their equipment out of our jurisdiction for overnight, I don't mean for use, but for overnight, and for refueling purposes, they have to be stored elsewhere.
Outside, okay.
All right. But with that, this is an order of, I'm sorry, it's a notice of intent. So is there if there are no questions and if there's a consensus, is there a motion to issue the order of conditions, essentially to accomplish the two objectives here? One is to put a deck over the existing structure, and the second to remove the macadam to replace with gravel to slow down the water heading for the brook. Is there such a motion?
Yeah, I move we issue an order as you described.
All right.
Second.
Seconded. All right. Was that what I can't see? Is that Wendy or Ingrid?
Ingrid.
Ingrid, thanks. All right. Any discussion? Hearing none. Ingrid, how do you vote?
Yes.
Tom?
Aye.
Hans?
Yes.
And Wendy?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. John Kiernan. Thanks. That's unanimous. Dave, we salute you for your perseverance. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. Next on the agenda is 107, 111 Highland Street.
Good evening,
And lot
John.
K22. Yes, sir.
Ned Corcoran, counsel for the applicant, Northbridge Companies LLC. I've got a quick update on some filings that we've made in the last month since the last hearing in response to requests from the commission. And then I'll turn it to Paul Avery, who has worked a redesign of the stormwater to go over some of that. In particular, he's working on an additional component of redesign to address specific comments that Tom Palmer had in the field about the notion of a box culvert, larger box culvert than was being proposed for the first wetland crossing. But he'll get into a little bit of detail on that. So with respect to materials that we have submitted, you had requested a copy of the phase 1 environmental assessment that was performed for the property. We submitted that. We also submitted with that manifest from Triumvirate Environmental for the removal of some paint drums from the barn. There are other things that called out to be done with respect to the property. Those would be subject to being done when construction, demolition and/or construction would take place. Contractor will have an LSP on board to oversee any issues addressing any environmental issues. On the sidewalk a couple of weeks ago, we showed you.
Hey, can I hold you there, Ned?
Sure.
I'm sorry, that LSP to monitor, I understood that, but will that include the removal of the concrete?
It'll include everything. Anything that gets demolished and removed, all of that will be overseen by an LSP.
Got it. Thanks.
Yep. We did point out issue of some phantom dumping of yard waste at the site walk. That material has been removed. Was removed this Saturday. We filed a report by Arthur Allen, who was there on site to oversee the work that was done in accordance with with the protocols that he developed with Steve Ivis earlier in the field. And so we're pleased to report that that work has been done. One of the issues that was discussed at the last hearing was the issue of the snow and ice chemicals. We amended the operations and maintenance plan specifically at section 2.1.3 to address, we're going to use calcium magnesium acetate for walkways and other paved surfaces. The application will be minimized, limited to areas that are necessary for pedestrian safety. It is made of the dolomite, lime, and acetic acid. It is biodegradable, low toxicity, and suitable for conditions where corrosion or environmental issues are of concern. That was reviewed and recommended again by Art Allen as part of his process. So I know that we hadn't specified originally what type of de-icing chemicals would be used for the parking areas and walkways, and that's what we've amended. The last issue before I will hand off to Paul, is that we have filed an amended stormwater report with some new plans. We've adjusted stormwater drainage, et cetera. And in the process of that, we're preparing to present. Paul Avery just spent some time contemplating conversation that he had with Tom Palmer with respect to the first wetland crossing, whether it should be a 24-inch box culvert or a 36-inch box culvert to accommodate critter crossings, animal movement within the site. He is close to, he has spent a lot of time, he's got some overview to present on that, but he's looking at the notion that we can accommodate a 36-inch pipe, and so there'll be some modifications, additional modifications to plans, calculations, et cetera. We're also anticipating, I know that the commission had requested, but the planning board had retained Tetra Tech as its peer review consultant. We know that Tetra Tech has begun reviewing stormwater, has not yet issued its report. Would want to take into account these additional modifications, and so would anticipate that Tetra Tech's report would be available for the commission at its next hearing on May 9th. But we think it's important to at least give you an overview, to give a set of questions that you may have about where things stand now, and we'll come back with another set of some more homework to do before the May 9th meeting. And so unless you have questions for me, I would hand it off to Paul Avery to go forward.
Thanks, Ned. Paul?
Sure. Thank you, Ned. So I just a little clarification here. Ned threw out some descriptions of this thing, and we went back, as he said, in response to the comments that were raised in the field during the site visit. And yes, replacing the 24-inch pipe with a box culvert does, eliminate detention upstream of this crossing here, but it's workable. So what we have done is, and I'm not ready to issue this plan because we just looked at this thing and I need to go in and dot the I's and cross the T's. But at the moment, this is the model we're working up, which number 16 here highlighted. This is now a 10-foot wide by 4-foot high. So it's a box culvert. It's, compliant with the stream crossing, which is consistent with the one that we're proposing in the back. That would be an improvement over existing conditions because that would, enable wildlife and whatever to pass through it. To make that work, because we're not detaining water upstream of the driveway crossing anymore, I've highlighted in yellow, this is basically the additional excavation that we need to do to create storage above and beyond what we had previously proposed. And we're basically taking this 113 contour all the way up to the existing edge of wetland. And so this entire area of where the barn currently exists, where we've parked when we've done our site visits, all of that will be lowered down to elevation 113-ish, which is the same as where the wetland begins on the far side of the barn. So we've run the numbers on this thing, and it looks like all of this, as we've gone through, looks like we can comply with standard 2. with no increase in peak discharge rates. And so that's what we're going to do. I'm not ready to issue this yet because need to go back and dot the i's and cross the t's, but the concern was raised. We've looked at it and it looks like it works. One of the other benefits of this thing is it will reduce the existing detention that happens upstream here, so that the tail water here, the headwaters here, it would back up under the existing culvert. The ponding that will occur here under proposed conditions will actually be less than what's happening existing. So this area will be less sort of flood prone and drain more readily than it does under current conditions. And that's all I've got at the moment. I'm going to stop sharing unless somebody wants to discuss this plan.
No, keep it up, Paul, if you would.
Okay.
Because do I have you stating that both box culverts will be 10 feet by 4 feet high?
That's right. That's what I've got written there right now. And again, I haven't finalized the design, but just want to say that, you know, we heard the comment, we've looked at it, and it looks like we can make it work.
All right. No, I understand the theory that you need more detention space downstream. But before you were talking about the difference between a 24-inch culvert and a 36-inch culvert. And without the additional detention space, it would cause flooding downstream. Now you're going from 24 inches to 10 feet.
Well, so what we...
And I know it's for wildlife passage, but isn't that a huge amount of water going through?
Yep, it basically becomes unrestricted, okay? And the way it works from where we started is two things. One, the original plan, this detention area over here, this infiltration basin is a lot bigger than it was originally, okay? So this is much bigger. We're doing a lot more here than the original plan. And as you can see, we're doing a lot more here. So one, we're detaining stormwater coming from the west side of the property much more aggressively than we were before. And this is a big area. This is a substantial increase in the flood storage adjacent to the wetland on the east side of the site.
And what's going to be the level of that? I know it depends on the rainstorm, whether it's 20 or 25 or 50 or 100. But what's your depth of water pooling there? And I understand also that it will drain within 72 hours or whatever it is. But
well, the 72 hours pertains to infiltration practices. We're not proposing this as an infiltration practice. So the peak elevation of this for the 100-year storm elevation is just about 114, which is consistent with existing conditions because we haven't changed the outlet. So the rate of flow out this weir structure that we looked at during the site visit at the end of it there, it's it's proportional to the elevation of the pond. They go together. So if the outflow is the greater than that says that the pond elevation is greater. If the outflow is lower, it says that the pond elevation is lower. So this is basically at or below the existing elevations that are currently happening now.
Right, but how deep's the water? I mean, you're digging out the ground underneath the water level.
The 100-year storm, the numbers I ran today, and we haven't finalized them, the 100-year storm here would get to almost 114. So in this area in here, it would be about a foot deep peak at the peak point for a 100-year storm, which is consistent with what it is now. Well, not here because this is higher, but the elevation is the same.
All right, and your ground elevation is going to 113?
Yep, that's what this plan is. Again, we have not finalized it. I just ran this thing through and worked it up today and goes, you know what, this works. I've got confidence in it. So I'm prepared to talk about the fact that this is what we're proposing to do. It could change a little bit before we get it finalized, but at this point in time, I think we can accommodate the box culvert, which was requested or certainly discussed at length during the site walk a week ago Saturday.
All right, and any changes? I know you've got the two ponding areas, but any changes in the weir before the water goes off site?
No, No, that thing, it's very interesting. And as we were talking about afterwards, I didn't realize that was the whole area down there, I think was an Olmsted design. That rear outlet is a work of art that was beautifully constructed by somebody when the time come, and it really do not want to mess with it. So.
All right, thanks.
Yep.
And Tom, your motivation for this is, your question was designed to make sure that there was wildlife, the ability of wildlife to go under the road.
Yeah, I certainly appreciate that this is being changed because this large culvert will mimic a natural stream bed. It will still be dark under there, but it'll be nothing like what we have now. And incidentally, I went back yesterday to measure the culvert on the upstream side of the driveway, and the inner diameter was actually 18 inches. It's quite small. I think this is 100% better, and I'm pleased that there's no proposal to work on the outlet that was just discussed at the property boundary. Yesterday, I ran into Sean Reardon on the site, and he was there with a hydrogeologist named Brian, and who else showed up but Meredith Hall, chairman of the planning board. And something Reardon said was, you could put a box culvert under the driveway and address the increase in water level by raising the outlet downslope of the vernal pool. And I agree with Mr. Avery that his solution closer to the box culvert is better than messing with that outlet, like raising it up. This is a simpler solution closer to where the culvert is going in. So I certainly appreciate that this is being looked at now. And I would mention that in the new set of plans dated March 28th, there is also an invasives mapping and a mapping for landscaping in areas that have invasives. And that has really advanced a long way too. Instead of just addressing the invasives that were in the work area, they have looked at the invasives that go up and down on Highland Street, particularly the honeysuckle and the knotweed. And so they're no longer just talking about removing invasives, but planting in the area where they're removed. And so that is also very much in the direction I think this should go. And I would just say that the abutters across the street really need to be part of the conversation about what is planted to replace the knotweed, because they will be looking at the building. And this project has very skilled professionals in landscaping working on it, and can come up with some ambitious and appropriate plantings. So I just think that this project has been responsive, and I'm happy about the changes.
Thanks, Tom. All right, so next step from your perspective, Paul, the neighbors may have some additional questions, but next step from your perspective is to what? Provide the stormwater calculations for our next meeting?
Well, we've already submitted them. Sean Reardon has them. I would be inclined to, we've got this and we work this up and we think this is a good workable solution, but I would probably prefer to hold off and get whatever comments they may have and then address them all collectively, minimize the number of submissions, but we can discuss that if an alternative approach is preferred.
Sure. All right, are there any abutters or members of the public that would like to ask a question or make a comment? Sure there are.
They went to bed.
There's a hand up, John.
Oh, there you are. Lynette Donovan.
Hi,
Yes. Hi. Good
thank
evening.
you. My name is Minette Donovan. I live at 16 Spafford Road. And I was on the site walk a few weeks ago, and I just had a few sort of follow-up questions, more from a lay person perspective here. First of all, I want to thank you all for coming out in the rain. It clearly it was an awful day, and you do a lot at the Conservation Commission to keep our environment around here safe. So thank you, and thank you to the developer for allowing us to walk through. I noted when we were on there were a lot of trees, probably over 200 trees that were marked with spray paint and different color ribbons. And it was kind of hard to hear that day. But it seems like that's a lot of trees to be cut down. And in addition, all of the bushes and shrubs that are growing there, I think those all soak up. We've made it really clear, and I know it's being studied, that we have a water problem in our neighborhood. And so I'm curious as to how taking up all these trees and all this shrubbery in this wetland area is going to impact the water in our basements, because we're downhill. And then a stone's throw behind this, they're also going to take down presumably a number of trees because they're building more at Winter Valley. And then sort of just not a long distance behind that, they're building at, a proposal for a 40B. So I'm just curious as to, that's sort of all up on a hill. We live on the bottom of the hill. Whether these things are all being looked at collectively and aggregate or just individually, because it would seem that they may play off on one another. So that's my first observation in question from a layperson. The second thing is, during the walk, there was an area, as I understand it, there's wetlands, vernal pools, streams. And so they're kind of tucking this development almost right on the street because they can't build elsewhere without disturbing the wetlands, is just basically as I understand it. And so when we walked through, there was kind of this right side that apparently they can't build on, but there was a barn there, and there was something with a big cover. It looks like at some point in time, there was some work done that would relate to the flow of water there. But no one, as I understand it, has looked at it, and it's not sort of in its original natural state. So I'm curious as to whether I would think should be part of the picture as a layperson. So that was an important thing for me to inquire about. And the third thing is just, I know it's really you're more well-educated on this, but just there are a lot of animals back there. I walk the dog by there every day. There are birds circling from above, and we see the animals coming up and down our street. Some we enjoy seeing, others not as much, but and I just can't figure out where they're all going to go when they're building all of this. And I know some kind of follow the streams from above. I think when you put a big road over a stream, even if there's a way for animals that are in the water to get through, it's really going to change the character for these animals. And I've started reading about the importance of wetlands and what they do for the water in particular in our areas. And it all is going so fast. It's this huge development, huge, right on the road, and they're clearing it all out. And when they're already doing so much other work, it's quite concerning to me. So those are what I noted on the site walk, and I thank you for looking closely to determine if any of these violate the Wetland Protection Act or the bylaws for our town, because it's of the utmost importance. So thank you for what you do. And that's the end of my.
Thank you very much for that.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And I think I'll try to get all of your questions and direct them perhaps to different places. But the first one was the tree replacement issue. both the number of trees. Ned, you may be able to comment on that. And the impact, it may go to Paul, the impact of removing those trees in terms of water absorption.
Well, I think the first question, you noticed a lot of white paint. Those were just markings on the trees as a tree survey was being done. So the trees were being accurately counted. There is a significant number of trees. I don't have the number directly in front of me, but there's several hundred trees that are going to be removed. There's a significant tree replacement budget.
It's 300, I estimated.
I think it's about 298, roughly 300 trees. Yeah.
Wow.
There's a lot of trees that are going to be removed. We know that. And we know that there's a significant tree replication budget associated with that.
I mean, I'm less concerned about the budget and more concerned about the impacts in terms of the water absorption and, the environmental piece of it. Because as I understand it, the trees and the shrubbery in there, which isn't accounted for, soak up a lot of water. And we all have wet basements. If you drove down Spafford that day, you go into any of these houses and look for a sump pump, and they're going.
Fair statement, but Paul, that may go to you, or Ned, you can redirect it. But do the stormwater calculations and the runoff calculations and the recharge and flow of the water, do all of those calculations take into account that there will be fewer trees, a lot fewer trees on site? Is that one of the criterion that you consider?
Well, so we've gone through and we've met the performance standards for, and there's like 10 of them. Okay, the big ones are number 2 and I think numbers 3 and 4, I forget which one, but 2 is the peak runoff rate. 3 or 4, I forget which one, is groundwater recharge, and we have met the groundwater recharge performance standard by several times over. Okay, so the methodology for doing that looks at what the square footage is of impervious area that you have, and then you need to accommodate a certain depth, which is a function of the types of soils at the site. That's your recharge volume. We exceed that. That's what the methodology goes. It doesn't get into, other than just the nature of the soils, what any specific trees may or may not be doing. Yeah, so that's.
Are there studies that do look at that type of thing? Because it seems quite relevant.
There may be studies that look at what trees do, but that's not what's included in the DEP stormwater rules or the Town of Milton bylaws.
Okay.
We're just going by the rules. I mean, this is the way we do it. This is what the rule says. Here are the performance standards we're required to meet, and we've got a plan that does that.
Okay. And does it take into consideration any of the other developments where all these trees will be removed behind?
So when it looks at all of this, when you look at the runoff rates before and after, when you look at the existing condition, and the existing condition includes that it's a wooded area with type C/D soils. And then under the proposed situation, we've got a whole lot more impervious area and lawn areas as opposed to wooded areas. And all those have runoff coefficients associated with them. So that if you do nothing here and you don't provide, the infiltration practices that we're talking about, the additional stormwater storage, you will increase runoff and decrease groundwater recharge, because the water won't go into the ground, it will run off from the site. So, what we've done in the stormwater practices that we're providing address those performance standards.
Paul, what about the impact of the 40B at 648, 652, the building at Winter Valley at 600 Canton Avenue, and then this project, in terms of the flow of water? And you may want to comment on the different if there are different watersheds and which way the water is going to go.
Yeah, sure. So when we looked at all of this, and I can maybe give me a second here, I can call this up, but we looked at, what the contributing watershed areas are. And we didn't just look at what the site is, we looked at everything that is upstream of it. So that includes, whether it's the 40B or not. The 40B, I'm not sure exactly where it is, but I think that's probably in a different, let me get this up here for a
I
second
think
here, in
I
a
think there
different
are three
watershed
different-
area. So if I share the screen, okay, this
three different
drawing
watersheds.
here, if you look at the topography, here's the 130,
You're not
140.
sharing, Paul.
What? Oh,
You're
sorry.
not sharing.
Now I am. Okay.
There you are.
Better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So this dotted blue line represents the entire watershed area, including the site here. So if you look at these green lines, this is the topography that it comes through. So, I'm not sure where the 40B is, but everything that's inside this blue line up to our site here, that is the entire area that contributes runoff to this project site. Our project site ends down in here, but we consider, all of this land to the south, which is up gradient of it.
So Paul, just the blue line on the plan bottom.
Yep.
That bisects the upper portion of Winter Valley's property.
Yep.
That is close to where the building 6 for Winter Valley is going. What you see, you can see the outline of a parking lot and building 5 just to the left of that 130 number. That building is, the building 6 is going just to the right of that 130. And that watershed goes down the left side, the planned south side of the building 5 and connects into the town's wetland at the bottom of Winter Valley. Water does flow from a wetland in the upper portion of the Winter Valley site into and helps to feed the westerly intermittent stream on this property. And you're showing that with the red arrow coming out of the Winter Valley property and into this property.
The red arrows represent the longest flow path, which is one of the parameters for doing the stormwater calculation. So we just show it. So, let's just say, it's not going to happen, but if somebody wanted to put in a shopping center right here, okay, not going to happen, but they would be obligated to meet the same standards that we are and not increase the peak runoff rate. So, to a certain extent, we've accounted for all of the runoff that contributes to our site, and any changes to that is something we can't control, but they would be subject to the same performance standards that we are.
The 40B application is on the other side. The 40B application's on the other side of the Winter Valley property, and that feeds into a separate set of streams that flow off in a different direction.
So no one's really, everyone looks independently at each project. There's not one sort of big map that contains all three.
Correct.
Not the way
correct.
it's done. Right.
Yeah. But each project is held to the performance standards that they have to do their piece.
It just, we live at the bottom of the hill and there's a lot of tree clearing, 300 just at the top of our street. So, and just common sense says these trees soak up a lot of water and we're pulling them out. So it's concerning on a number of levels, but thank you for answering the question and explaining some of that information. Appreciate it.
All right, I see Nadine, Hannah, I think you had your hand up as well. And I know Doug and Brett Bard do as well. Nadine, can you unmute?
Hi, yes, Nadine Hannah, 11 Stafford Road. Thank you for calling on me and for everything that you guys have been doing for us. And like Mandy said, Manette said, we on Stafford and the latter streets really truly appreciate you coming out to the site walk. And even though I wasn't there, I spoke to my husband Bard and how engaged everyone was, how many questions were asked. So we really appreciate that. I want to say that I do share all of the same concerns that Mandy just expressed to everyone. I won't repeat, of course, for the sake of time, any of them, but I'm one house down and over from Mandy and her husband Frank, and we share exactly the same concerns. So I just want to lend my support to everything that she said. Additionally to that, I wanted to speak towards two things, one being the knotweed and one being the screen that was mentioned on Highland. So where first of all, with the example of the Stafford Road to Hospital arborvitae screen that was actually mentioned during a prior call. I live down by the lower level wooded area of the hospital property. It's very, very lovely when it's leafed out, spring through summer. It's gorgeous. I love trees. We're constantly planting in our yard. We have a very deep lot, so anything we can plant, we look and try to do that. During the time of year, which is almost essentially half the year, when the trees are not leafed out and we do not have the arborvitae screen behind my house or my direct neighbor, one up the street, the O'Neill's house, we can see the hospital. We can hear the hospital. We can see the storage facilities that abut our property. We hear the workers out in the backyard. Any number of it. I invite you to come on over to my property and right now before the trees leaf out, and you can come and see. It's very interesting, the stark difference. And my point in that not being a complaint, I bought my home in the winter. I knew what I was getting into, but it would show you what you'll be dealing with, what we'll all be dealing with on Highland Ave if there is not a multi-layered evergreen screen of significant width and depth and height. And I do seriously mean, if you'd like to come on over, please be my guest. We're always out in the yard. I have 4 out of 7 holes for trees that are incoming from E. Thomas this week already dug. I'll probably have a shovel and a toddler, and I'd love you to see it. The other thing I can show you in the yard pertaining to knotweed, I have my knotweed sprouts that are coming up now. It's been about 3 weeks or so that I am with the kids out in the yard. We identify by the red leaf when it pops up out of the ground. I have a little system. I take a spade. I dig as deep as I can in that one spot. I flip over the ground. I pull out the shoot. I look underground for a significant wooded root that tends to stem off of the rhizome, which can go as deep underground as the plant grows above, so 6 to 8 feet, I believe. I have my bucket. I responsibly dispose of it. And you can see all the dig marks just from the past few weeks. So what am I speaking to? Clearly, how much work and effort it takes to completely remove knotweed, Japanese knotweed, from a property. We had excavation by heavy dig. We had landscapers. We had, I think it was 3 rounds of professionals that we paid for it at the onset when we bought our property about 4.5, 5 years ago. And since then, every spring, I have diligently removed as much as I can by site and by physical removal. So I think it's interesting. It's a labor of love for the home that I have. I do have concerns that it probably wouldn't be treated the same way, if I'm to make an assumption. And also I would ask that if I'm going to give a question or a request, it would be that you consider proposing to the developers not only an initial removal plan, not just on top of that, the plantings that they would put in, because I've also put in plantings that doesn't stop it 100% from coming in, but a prolonged management and removal plan, because you do need to consistently work against this invasive plant. And that's it.
I think that's part of their plan. We appreciate your comments, and I personally know a lot about Japanese knotweed. I've got it everywhere. But they do have a plan, and just under the state standards, performance standards, and their planting plan, their landscaping plan is required to prove a 75% survivability rate, which would include keeping the Japanese knotweed from preventing the growth of their landscaped plants and trees. So that is part of the plan. It doesn't have a, they'll do it in perpetuity, but it does have a component of the performance standard that requires that they follow this planting plan for a long enough period so that 75%, at least 75% survives. And that, of course, would include keeping the Japanese knotweed out. So that, and they have upgraded that plan. I think it's part of the public record now.
But that was, I thank you so much for clarifying that. That is a planting plan, not a consistent or prolonged approach to preventing and removing the knotweed. So essentially they would be allowed to let Japanese knotweed grow up and around any additional plantings they put in? They wouldn't be expected.
Well, that would prevent the survival of it. And I think the confidence, your level of confidence should go up because the state standard requiring that their plan survive with a minimum of 75% would require that they continue to remove the Japanese knotweed, because the Japanese knotweed will crush everything.
Truly.
In its path.
The nickname for Japanese knotweed is zombie weed because it just keeps coming back from the dead, So it does for the integrity of the property itself, but of course for the neighbors coming downhill from that, it does bear significant attention paid to it. And also I know that in the plan there's the removal. When I say that I responsibly remove it, it gets bagged in plastic. It never makes it out into the yard waste. It's very, we take it very seriously.
Well, I think your neighbors, the new neighbors, if the permit is approved, your new neighbors are going to have the same interest that you have to get it out and keep it out. Ned, do you want to add anything, or can we move on to another question? We're running out of time, folks.
I'm happy to move on to another question.
All right. Thank you, Nadine. How about
thanks, John.
Doug Henry? Thank you. Hey there, Doug. You're still on mute. I see your hand raised.
Oh, I'm on. Can you hear me now, sir?
Yes, sir. You're loud and clear. Thank you.
Yeah, I just had a couple of comments. Doug Henry, I represent Karen Bacardi, who lives at 137 Highland Street, as you know from previous hearings. Just a couple of comments. One is, I think, as Ned said, I think it's very important that the Conservation Commission also see the Tetra Tech peer review that's being prepared for the planning board to see what the conclusions of that are, to make sure that what's being proposed is consistent with what they're finding, which I think Ned has alluded to is going to happen. Second, as part of the planning board process, the applicant is required to produce a construction management plan as to how the project will be constructed with certain conditions. And I think that the notice of intent needs to have some tie-in to that construction management plan. For example, the construction management plan shows that contractors will be parking in the area where we parked at the site visit recently, which is going to be excavated to be a detention or basically area for more flood storage. And I think if that's going to be a parking area for 12 or 18 months of construction, there need to be certain, there won't be any traps there to, it's basically gravel there now. So I think that needs to be considered, the impact on the wetlands. And the second aspect of the construction management plan is that the other parking for the construction is the rear parking lot, which I think needs to be built before people can park there. So I think there's some timing issues as to how the project gets built that need to be tied into the Conservation Commission order of conditions for the project. And I know you will add this to your conditions, but things, if they're going to take down all these trees. I'm assuming that there's going to be heavy equipment on site with on-site refueling. I think we need to have conditions put into the plan also to make sure that is done in compliance with all applicable laws. So that's really my comments from now. I look forward to seeing the additional review from Tetra Tech. And once we get more information on that front, I think we'll have more questions for the board.
Thank you, Doug. And be assured that your concerns with refueling are an ever-present concern for us. Storage overnight of equipment, heavy equipment, refueling, that's a big issue for us.
Yeah, it's a very
hydraulic equipment.
It's a very tight site, so it's going to be a challenge to begin with to have equipment on there and be able to both demo buildings, remove trees, and build the project given the constraints of the wetlands. So I think it's very important to have appropriate controls in place to make sure nothing happens.
I agree. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you very much.
Bard, your hand is up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, everyone, for your time, and thanks for the opportunity to go on the site walk on the April 1st. I just did a couple of comments and a question. I think last time at our, was it the March 11th or 13th, I may have the date wrong, Conservation Commission meeting, there was this discussion about a mounding analysis regarding groundwater. And you know, I do appreciate, if I understand correctly, what Paul Avery presented, you know, on that site map there, that area that I think in the last visual he showed, section 2, is, you know, very close to, you know, several of the abutters, my neighbors. You know, I'm at 11 Spafford Road, and you know, just a little bit down the hill. So if you know, if the new plan is allowing water to move faster through and drain faster, you know, potentially making that area very close to, you know, people's houses less wet, then, you know, that could be, you know, a positive development. However, you know, I guess my question still stands, you know, that's, you know, when it rains, you know, when it rains hard, you know, water moving faster, you know, that'll have to go downstream, fine. But, you know, ultimately, no matter where the stuff drains, it goes into the water table, and we, you know, it hasn't rained in you know, now it's actually pre-dry April, and we only got a quarter inch of rain that night, you know, the night of the site walk. You know, I went back and looked at the U.S. Weather Service data, and, you know, just about everywhere you stepped over there was wet, and, you know, there's just a high water table here. So, you know, I think that, you know, any additional analysis, that mounding analysis, you know, if you know, if that can be done, or when, you know, when can we expect that? Because I do remember that was something. And then just as a general comment, you know, I'm learning a lot about this stuff. You know, as I think Minette put it well, you know, we're lay people here, we're not experts, but you know, common sense and intuitively you look at it and you say, okay, if the definition of a wetland is, you know, 12 inches or less of the area is saturated with water for most of the year, and, you know, we heard that when Northbridge did their test bores in December, that in the area that is technically not considered wetland currently, they hit water, if I recall, in the planning board meeting, it was said 24 to 33 inches below the surface in the dry, quote, dry area. Basically what that says to me is that the entire property is either wetland or almost wetland, and making, you know, I think it's 38,000 square foot foundation area, plus, you know, substantial parking lots and driveways. You're looking at over 45, you know, probably something like 50,000 square feet of impermeable land that, you know, is very permeable right now, in an area where the water is either 12 inches below the surface or at the water surface, and or it's 24 to 33 inches below surface, that could pose some groundwater issues. You know, even if you're meeting all the performance standards and everything's draining, you know, on the property, being retained on the property, you know, once it goes into the ground, it affects the ground in the water table. And you know, all of these houses were built, you know, 1890 to 1930, 1940. foundations are porous. And so I think that concern still stands, but, obviously I do acknowledge, if we can move some water faster, that helps us where we live on Spafford, but it may not be, it may be a concern for some of the neighbors down on Highland, like I'm thinking of Georgia Lee, who's further down Highland in the, towards Canton Ave. So yeah, I think there's still some water questions that we would really appreciate more analysis of.
Bud, I appreciate your comments, questions. Paul, if you could just briefly, because I've got my eye on the clock, and the public meeting law doesn't allow us to go after midnight. We've got additional agenda items, and I'm definitely not cutting off discussion on this. But Paul, could you briefly address the issue of mounding and the impact of changing from a 24-inch culvert to a 10-foot by 4-foot high culvert?
Well,
that is 24 pipe to that. That can affect that?
Sure. So first of all, groundwater mounding is, we've designed this project to comply with the rules, the DEP rules, the state rules, and local bylaw rules. And groundwater mounding analyses, looking at that is only required if you have less than 4 feet of separation between the bottom of your practice and estimated seasonal high groundwater as we determined by test pits. So we've designed our practices, our infiltration practices to meet that requirement. So that's what we've done. We've met the performance standards in terms of it isn't required that we do, comprehensive analysis. The culvert will, as I said earlier, serve to, move water more quickly. The detention is going to not happen upstream of the driveway crossing, but we've given it more room to spread out in the wetland area that's currently occupied by the barns and the remains of the house and all of that. So, yes, we will be moving water more quickly, through the areas of the east intermittent stream, upstream and south of the driveway crossing. But by providing additional storages, we're not increasing the runoff as it goes over the weir and continues downstream from the project.
Thank you. Does that address any, and I may have confused things by using mounding with the water being basically detained or at least slowed down behind the roadway, because the roadway is going to have essentially, it's going to be up and create kind of a retaining wall that'll hold water back, but that culvert is going to dramatically increase the amount of water going through, flowing down.
That's right. So under existing conditions, the existing driveway will overflow in a major storm event like a 100-year storm. That won't happen under proposed conditions. One, because the driveway is higher, but it isn't going to pond up as high to begin with. So I don't know whether it would go over the driveway if we just put I haven't gotten that, but basically the water level on the south side, upstream side of the driveway culvert with the box culvert in there will be lower than it is under, for the same storm today. And we compensate that on the other side, providing the additional storage that was, highlighted on the plan I had up earlier. So that's where we make it up.
All right, thanks.
Yep.
How about we've got two more, Teresa and Tasia. Teresa, can you go first?
Yep. Hello, everyone. Thank you. I know it's late, so I'll try to be quick. It's Teresa O'Brien at 42 Spafford Road. I just want to say thanks to everyone else that already spoke. One of my big concerns that Minette brought up earlier is that the three developments are so close together. If they're looking at everything as a whole, because we do get lots of water in this neighborhood, which I know you keep hearing. So that's one of my questions. The other one is, we talked about the plantings on Highland, which I'm 100% for, but I thought right by Highland across the street from me was wetlands. So will they be able to plant trees there as a barrier?
Well, the wetlands, you may be using it as kind of a general term, but the wetlands have actually been delineated by flags, so you can actually see what's a wetland and what is not. So I know maybe, I don't know, Ned, you might be able to answer. Does the landscaping plan show the wetlands and that the plantings are outside the actual resource area?
They're definitely outside the resource area. They're within, I think the 25-foot no disturb comes right up to the edge of Highland Street. So there will be some work planting within the 25. But, you know, up higher up the bank than down in the wetlands. But there's room to plant, and we can layer as appropriate within that area.
Because all I see now is the knotweed that's out there. So if you're going to try to get rid of that, I just want to make sure that there will be something planted just to form some sort of barrier. Because I haven't seen any trees on any of the plans. They're like right by Highland.
We'll make sure that those plans show that out.
Okay. And then knotweed, since I am so close to the site, I would like to say I don't have any in my yard right now, but I'm also concerned about just hearing so much about it. Thankfully, I don't have it. Will you be spraying chemicals to get rid of it? Just because with the kids and my 2 dogs are already, you know, they're always outside, just kind of wondering, is that one of the plans to get rid of the knotweed? Would it be certain chemicals? Just hearing about knotweed, I'm just a little concerned about it as well.
I can speak to that briefly if you like.
Okay.
Art Allen.
Go ahead, Art.
Art Allen from Ecotech. So I'm the project wetland scientist. I did the mapping of the invasive species out there and wrote the protocols, worked with the landscape architect to integrate those protocols into the planting plan. The only chemicals used will be a spot treatment of cut stems. So basically just painting on the cut stems with systemic aquatic rated herbicides. So there'll be no broadcast spraying, no foliar spraying, no fogging, anything like that. It'll just be basically the cut and treat method, you know, directly on the stem. So nothing will be sprayed around the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. How about Tasia Wells? And I see one more on the phone, and then we've got to move on to the next agenda item. If there are additional questions, we're going to have another meeting on this because we're going to await the Tetra Tech report that's been promised both to the planning board and to us. So not to fear that there'll be another opportunity to ask questions, but for right now, Tasia Wells, could you speak?
Yes, hi, Tasha Wells, 179 Highland Street. I'll be very brief. Thank you all for your time. I just want to echo the concerns of my neighbors on Spafford Street and specifically the tree plan on Highland Street from the street view, especially because Highland Street is designated as a scenic road by the town of Milton. That is my only concern. Thank you.
Thank you. And you're aware of that, Ned, are you not?
Yes. I don't think we're subject to specific impacts under the scenic road bylaw associated with this project.
No, I'm not aware that you are, but to the extent that you get a planting plan going on that border of the roadway, you know, you might put some extra care and sensitivity into the planting plan there.
No, absolutely. And it's it's that first opportunity to screen. So it's important.
All right, we have one more comment from the public, and it just says iPhone. I don't know who it is. Anybody on the phone?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Gene Irwin, 120 Highland Street, town meeting member, precinct 9. I have a few questions. Thank you for the site walk the other day. When we were at the top of the driveway where the white gate was, there were 3 trees with red ribbons that were placed there the day after I last spoke on Zoom. Can someone give me more detail on what's going on with those 3 trees with ribbons? They said maybe they're going to tear them down, but that just is a recent development.
Is that an area, Gene, that's up by Miss McCarty's?
Yeah, right at the entrance of the driveway where the
Driveway?
white gate was.
No,
The-
right
the
at the
driveway
driveway.
going to
Right
107.
at the driveway to
111.
111. It's right at the main site driveway. I think Art Allen put ribbons on some trees out there. Art, can you talk about that?
Those are what we're considering borderline trees that you know, they'll try to save if they can, but they're in, you know, they're just outside of the limits of construction. So I don't know, Paul, if you have anything to add to that, Paul Avery.
Well, there's been a bunch of flaggings for different things out there. There's red flagging, there's blue flagging that, you know, you've gone through, Art, and flagged the wetlands. I think those are blues. The surveyors put in flags to mark control points. We've, you know, flagged borderline trees. So there's a lot of flagging that's taken on out there. I'm not sure exactly what any of it may be without sort of being there and taking a look at it.
So the ones Gene are talking about, those are the red flags on the borderline trees at the driveway entrance to 111.
The ribbon around the trees.
Right.
The purpose was to identify those trees and survey them for the planning board as trees that will attempt to be saved because they're hard up against the limit of work. And so the planning board asked us specifically to identify trees that would be proximate to the limit of work that could be saved, and we would, the tree preservation plan will focus on efforts to do that.
Then my next question is, could anyone please explain the existing stormwater system? What's going on with it? The one with those 2 manhole covers behind the barn. There's another catch basin behind 111, and there's an outflow pipe that comes from the direction of the Bacardi's backyard.
Okay, so there are some old drainage structures out there that we don't know quite what they may have been installed for at some point. I could speculate on it, but that's what I'd be doing. At the moment, they don't apparently appear to be doing anything actively at all. And even if they are, with a diagram I had up there earlier, we've accounted for all the water within the watershed coming down into the vernal pool. So if for some reason there's some pipe there that is conveying some of the water, we've accounted for it arriving at the vernal pool anyway. So yeah, that's it. So those drainage structures, including the one under the proposed crossing, can stay. The one under the proposed rear crossing, we're proposing to take out because we're going to build a box culvert right on top of it. But if for some reason it felt that there was a need to preserve that, we could do it. You know, and the rest of them we're just leaving alone. I don't think they do anything. Even if they did, we've accounted for all the water that would be coming through the site. So,
okay, one final question, if I may. That outflow pipe that comes down the hill through Tosha Wells' backyard and through the Bacardi backyard. What happens if that pipe is diverted? What happens to the hydraulic plans?
We're not
proposing
to divert the pipe. I don't know. You know, even as we've accounted for the entire watershed area. So unless
this pipe is not in the watershed area.
Well, then it's
The pipe
not
is
on our
outside
project
the
site.
limit of work, Gene. We're not touching it.
Okay, if I just may, in real estate, there's a term called servient heritage and dominant heritage. And the Bacardis are the dominant heritage to the servient K2-2 lot. It's land court land. In land court land, they can do anything they want with their property. That pipe under their backyard is considered their property. And the pipe under the Wells' backyard is considered their property. And you folks have no control over it under mass law. So if that water is diverted, all your plans are kaput. And I've been saying this, and as a real estate agent and a realtor, it would make sense to me when you're doing your due diligence and you notice the pipe and you notice the outflow that you'd go to your neighbors and reach some sort of agreement, because as land court land, they don't have to worry about you folks. There's a term called damon absc injuria. And what that means to Northland is that they can suffer harm, they can suffer loss, but without injury. And the dominant heritage properties are virtually judgment proof. You can't do anything to them if they change the course of that water. And I'm afraid that you already have about 7 different rain gardens. And by the time you're done, the place is going to look like a Beirut battlefield, because you're at their mercy. Soon as you start digging all your holes, cutting down all your trees, they say, oops, we're going to re-landscape our property. We're going to change the direction of these pipes for whatever reason. And the whole property is a mess.
You're getting pretty far afield of the conservation jurisdiction here. Are you simply saying they could add water or subtract water?
Yes, they could add water. And in the case of the Bacardis, if they were to do, what do you call it? A French drain along the side of their property, that would raise the entire groundwater table of the hill that they think is dry. It would the entire property would be wet.
But I think we've got to deal with the data that we've got, not the hypothetical.
Yes, however,
the watershed
you don't know where the water's coming from. You're going to do dye testing two meetings ago, and you're going to contact the DPW to find out where the water's coming from, and we've heard nothing of it.
By knowledge, nobody knows, where the origin of those pipes are, other than it's an old drainage system. All we can look at is what's the water that's coming onto the property, and what's the water going off of the property. And it's water within the watershed. The watershed's not going to change. It's not like somebody's got a faucet that they're going to turn on, or turn off. All we can do is deal with the data that we've got.
Right, but there's been no accounting of the water that comes out of that pipe. That's the main source of water hitting that area. Okay. I mean, the Northbridge snaked the pipes all the way from Building 5 down to Canton Ave for the sewer, and yet nothing has been done about the stormwater system. It just doesn't seem right or logical to me.
All right, point taken. All right, so we're out of time here. It's 11:25. We're going to run into the open meeting law violation. So this case will be this proposal, that is, will be continued to our next meeting, and at that time we anticipate having the Tetra Tech analysis and the finalized plans for the new area, the new detention area. And at that time, there'll be an opportunity for further discussion. So thank you very much. For the assent of the applicant, this will be continued until May 9th.
Thank you. We have your assent. You have our assent.
Next on the agenda is extension request, order conditions 999 Randolph Avenue. That's the Wollaston Golf Club. Kelly, you're still there. You're a saint.
Hi, sorry. I'm not really asleep, but I'm close. Holy moly, you guys go long.
Yes.
For the record, my name is Kelly Durfee Cardoza. I'm with Avalon Consulting Group, and I'm representing Wollaston Golf Club. I think it's just me. I think we've lost a few as we've gone through. So we're here to get to request a 3-year extension to order conditions 46-225, which provides for the management of nuisance vegetation at the 6 ponds at Wollaston. I have a site plan if you'd like to see it. It's just a simple plan that shows you where the ponds are.
That would be great if you could share it, Kelly.
Okay. So this is Pond 1. This is Randolph Avenue here. Pond 1, which is called Russell Pond. It's also their irrigation pond. Pond 2 at this location, pond 3, 4, 5, and 6. You can see 6 is probably the smallest, and it's the most shallow of the ponds as well. There's been an order of conditions for management of these ponds. I'm sorry, John?
Kelly, is 6 the one that was raked
It
a number of
is.
years ago? What, 6 or 7 years ago?
It is, and I have to tell you, the hydro raking made a huge difference here. It really changed the characteristics of the pond. And not to get ahead of myself, but we'll be coming back to you with a notice of intent to propose hydro raking at pond 1 as well.
Okay. Good. I wondered the fact that was either as opposed to or in addition to the herbicides.
So when we came to you before you in 2020, looking for this extension, we talked about trying to find some alternatives other than pesticides. And so the notice of intent that we'll file later this summer is one of those. But we've also tried to refocus, if you will, how the management will occur. It's a new company. It's called Water and Wetlands. They are people who were with Solitude for years, and they left a couple of years ago. And I found that a number of my clients are really happy. They're very responsive. They base most of their work on a monitoring program. So they'll be here April through September. The expectation is that in that time period, they'll make 1 or 2 applications per pond, but not necessarily more than that. The other thing that's being added is that something called MD pellets is going to be part of the arsenal now. They don't contain an herbicide or an algicide. They're a slow release probiotic pellet that delivers biostimulants and bacterial cultures. It's basically like the commercial for Align probiotics for your stomach, only this is for the bottom of the pond. I'm going to try it in pond 6 because it's the most shallow pond with the most buildup in the bottom. So the thought is to try it for a year or 2 to see if we can just help the bacteria grow a little bit and reduce some of the organic matter in the bottom of that pond. It'll be broadcast evenly across pond 6. And then if it's successful here, they may use it in some targeted areas on the other ponds.
Kelly, what's the name of that product?
It's called MD pellets. And there is, in the packets that you should have received, there's information on that product in one of the appendix.
Okay. Sorry, I missed it.
That's okay. The other thing that's included in your packet is the safety data sheets for the products that have been used here consistently, with some information about how we're going to propose to do that and what the treatment options are. There's not a lot of change except the idea of adding the pellets, again, focusing more on monitoring. And then finally, we did a site walk on the 1st, and Tom was there in the lovely rain of Wollaston that we had. And we talked a little bit about his request for us to provide an annual report. So the applicators will go ahead and do that at the end of the calendar year. It'll summarize the work that was done, the observations made during the monitoring. We'll have some photos and lists of any treatments that were completed with some recommendations for next year. That's something that they do for some of my other clients, and it seemed like it was reasonable here to keep you better informed. I'm happy to go into whatever level of detail you want, but I know it's 11:30, so.
At our last site walk, I think we lost our quorum, but some of the members went to the Wollaston. I don't know if Steve went and perhaps Tom Palmer, did you go?
Yes, and I did ask Kelly, and also I met the managers of Wollaston. They were there too. And we had a nice conversation about them and their history of trying to keep the place beautiful. And I certainly appreciate this offer to have an annual report because that is what I asked for. I said basically, if someone were to ask us what's being done with those ponds and how are they being treated and are there any herbicides that might be getting into the adjacent town forests, if we have these annual reports, we can look and say, well, we know what's going on there and this is it. I did mention when I visited that trying to treat vegetation in an area that has water, light, and air is difficult because vegetation is adapted to grow in such areas. So I just put in my 2 cents that I like the hydro raking approach better than the herbicide. But basically, what I asked for was a report, and I'm certainly pleased that that's proposed.
That's good. Anything, Ingrid? I can't see you, but are you still there? And I assume that you'd like to see the MSDS data for some of these chemicals, just because that's what you know about. You're on mute. Can't hear you. There you go.
Sorry. Sorry. Yeah, I thought I muted myself inadvertently. Yeah, I'll take a look at that. I'm sorry I missed it before the meeting. But yeah, I'm interested in that probiotic product to see what the bacteria elements are.
All right. Well, we're out of time actually on the extension. What's your expiration date, Kelly?
April 23rd.
Right. So we don't have any continuance time to read the MSDS sheets, but just as sort of the general, and I think I can't recall the last time we issued the order conditions what the actual verbiage was, but it was certainly that any of the chemicals had to be approved by I think both EPA and DEP, the chemicals that were in use. Is that your understanding, Kelly, of the way the order was?
It is, and we're required annually to get a license from DEP. And so you had asked for the license the last time, so I submitted the copy of the license. And I also noticed that there was a product on that license that's not consistent with your order. So we've requested a new license from DEP and we're waiting for that. As soon as it comes, we'll send it to you. But I gave you the license that I have for this calendar year and I just crossed out that product.
Understood. So we could vote for the extension, you know, whether it's 1 year or 3 years or 2 years. But as long as the license keeps up with products used, meaning that the approval of the product is at the DEP level. Do we need anything else, Ingrid? And I'm sorry.
Kelly, yeah, Kelly, if I recall correctly, you were also doing cut and paint of the Phragmites. Is that still part of the program?
It is not.
Okay. So the Phragmites is under control? You're not having to do anything?
So there's Phragmites on another part of the project, but this is just for the pond. And there isn't much Phragmites around the ponds. And we've eliminated glyphosate. We did that in 2020 at your request.
Okay, yeah, I think I remember that. I thought there was one of those ponds still had a Phragmites problem. I may be misremembering.
It's not in here with the being one of the targets that the applicator was proposing, and the club hasn't discussed it.
Okay.
All right. So as I read the notice here, it says that your understanding that a revised license will be issued, removing Clipper. Is that correct?
That is correct. So I'll go ahead and get that license to you once we get it from DEP.
Okay. And are there any other concerns or questions before we extend, if if you're so inclined to extend the order of conditions. Any other questions? Steve, do you have any? No, you're on mute, but I see you're shaking your head. So
No,
I'll take that as a
not
no.
at all. No questions, no concerns.
Okay, all right. Wendy, you good?
I'm good. Thank you, John.
All right. So this will be, issued on the condition that we received a renewed license with the product clipper removed. Is there a motion to extend the order by 3
Should there
years?
be another condition that the reporting requirement will be added?
Oh, yeah. Yes, Tom. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
You admit that there's a very, very good point too. And you agree to that, Kelly, correct?
Yes, yes. The applicant is willing to do that.
Okay. So is there such a motion?
I
So
move.
moved.
Yeah.
Oh.
I move.
Oh, good. You can flip a coin. Tom moved it and Ingrid seconded. All right, any discussion? All in favor, roll call vote. Tom, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ingrid,
Aye.
Wendy,
Aye.
Hans,
Aye.
and John, aye. You're good to go, Kelly. Thank you very much for your patience. Stay with us this long and this late.
Thank you
You
so
good,
much,
Steve?
guys, and have a good night. I hope you're done after me.
All right. All right, thanks. Not quite, but I think we can move some of these next items. Appointment to the conservation by the Conservation Commission to a designee for the Climate Action Planning Committee. That's a new organization, select board. I forget the number. I think it's 9, but there are several designees. And rather than do it tonight, I just invite you to think about it and ask if you would like to be the designee. Yeah, we can flip a coin if there's a mass application for the position, but we need to have representation, and that's the way the committee is set up. The Conservation Commission has a designee. So think about that, and then we can make a decision on May 6th. But actually, if you want to, we can do it on April 26th, because we've got a special meeting that night. But think about it in the meantime, and I suggest that rather than get bogged down approving minutes for March 11th, March 14th, and April 1st right now, if we read those and be ready to vote on the 26th, if you've done the homework, we can vote in 60 seconds. All right, so I suggest that we move those 2 items to April 26th. The applications for CPC funding, I think we ought to think about ideas of what application we should be making. And the primary, in my view, the primary one is that we should be spotting open space to buy. There's more money in the CPC committee funding than I thought. And Wendy, you know better than I how much money is there, but there was a lot more money than I thought. And if we can spot some land to purchase and protect, that would be, I think that would be a plus. What is the schedule, Wendy? Because Wendy is, if you recall, is our designee on the CPA committee. You know what the deadline is for applications? You're on mute.
Sorry. Yes, we're starting the next round in just a few months. I believe it's June for our preliminary. It's a 2-tier application process. So I believe the first tier is due in June, but I can double check that for you, John.
All right. So put your thinking caps on. Come up with some project proposal that you think would be worthwhile, and in furtherance of our obligations. And in particular, look for open space. If you hear it coming up for sale, maybe we can sneak in and get some CPA money and buy it and protect it. And it may not be a full purchase deed. It might be a conservation restriction. But at this juncture, we're looking for ideas. The next one is additional business. Steve, do you have anything?
Just those 2 items that are on the agenda. We got another notification from Boston Gas for some work very close to the Neponset River. And we got a notice of intent copied to us from Boston, because we are a direct abutter, I guess, to the Doyle Playground on River Street in Boston. It's across the river, across the Neponset, and you should have that in your packets. If there's any questions, be happy to take.
I don't know, did everybody get it? Because I think what Kathy sent to me, the little sticky on it said it's the only copy she's got.
Oh,
Did everybody get it? It's a pretty thick packet.
yes, it is.
What's that?
I didn't see it, but we are butters
I don't
across the
think
river.
everybody got it. I got it, Steve.
Okay.
And I can pass
In
it
any
around to
case,
everybody.
we're abutters across the river. If you would like to, I have a digital copy, I believe. I can certainly send that
why
around
don't
if you'd
you
like.
send- All right, it's interesting. It looks like some very nice pictures.
Some nice work, actually. Some nice work is proposed as well. Very impressive.
Yes.
I would
I
say.
agree.
I'll send that
agree.
around, okay? Nothing,
right,
nothing
so
more than that.
All right. So it's very important looking ahead that we all show up on the appointed date of April 26th. It's a Wednesday, 7:30. That's the school building project. And the issue is going to be whether or not we support. I'm not sure what the language is going to be, the resolution on the article having to do with the swapping of land, although it's going to be contingent upon the town meeting, the annual town meeting voting for approval for the town to take by eminent domain, which would not exactly be a swap because it would be eminent domain. But there will be a proposal that I'll try to get around to everybody so you have the verbiage of what the school building committee is asking. And I think actually tonight, the select board was considering whether or not they would approve the swap / compensation for the 2.8 acres on Guile Road that we own. Now remember, that's separate and distinct from the Article 97 swap. That's a different issue. And that involves EOEEA. And they've kind of weighed in on this proposal already, and they've got some thoughts about what land should be included in the swap. So I use the word swap a little bit loosely because part of it, for our property would be if the town takes it from the Conservation Commission, it would be by eminent domain, and then there would be a compensation in the amount of whatever it is. That last count, it was probably about 65 acres in exchange for the 2.8. But that's just a heads up as to what's coming. So it hasn't quite been formalized, but we'll know more. Well, we probably should know more now because the select board has probably gone home to sleep. But they were considering that tonight, whether or not they would approve granting the deeded rights from town property held for general municipal purposes to the Conservation Commission. So really have to wait to see if they're willing to do it. If they are, and then the park department's going to get involved, the school committee, the school building committee, etc. That's what's on the agenda for the 26th. All right. And other than that, I don't have anything else. Motion to adjourn. So moved.
11:47.
Pretty good, huh? Hey, it's a good thing we didn't have the school building item number one.
Oh my God.
All right. Thanks all.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
Earned your
Take care.
place.
Sleep well.
Good night.
See you soon.